Meeting with a flag salute this morning led by Jennifer Montgomery. If you'll please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will now have the statement of meeting procedures read.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, January 5th, 2016. Agendas are available on the wall outside the meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. Clearly state your name for the record and be aware that there is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. All items on the agenda will be open for the public comments before final action is taken. Keep in mind the chairman has a discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. Please place all cell phones in silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
From my resolution for this here at college, all right, thank you. We will move on with the consent agenda. Are there any items board members wish to have removed from consent for consideration by the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I wish to pull item 12B from consent.
Okay.
And just defer that to a future date to be determined.
Oh, okay.
It's not quite ripe for action.
All right. All right. So you'd rather us not even discuss it at today's meeting? You just want it
We
tabled?
can, but let's table it.
All right, that's fine. And then Supervisor Wygant?
I'd like to pull 16A.
16A. Okay. Very well. Any other items board members have they want to remove from consent? Seeing none, any member of the public wish to have an item removed for discussion by the board? All right. Do we have a motion on remainder consent?
Second.
We have a motion by Duran, second by Holmes, and a roll call, please.
Duran? Yes. Holmes?
Yes.
Euler?
Aye.
Montgomery?
Yes.
Wygant?
And with that, let's go ahead and take item 16A.
Thank you, Kirk. I'd just like to take the opportunity to introduce Eric White, there he is. If you wouldn't mind standing up, Eric. Eric is our new Air Pollution Control District Officer, replacing Tom Christoph, who just retired. So Eric is just starting with us, but actually is on board now. I'd like to introduce everybody, become familiar with them. Three of us serve on that commission. And I think we'll be looking forward to doing some outreach with our city partners and our staff to develop a better relationship and more intelligent understanding of how we do business. But we're really pleased to have Eric on board. He's got a great track record and has actually worked with our district and is familiar with it and lives in Rockland. So welcome, Eric.
You're good. Welcome. If you're so inclined, feel free.
Well, good morning on this rainy day. I hope it rains all week and all winter. And I heard Supervisor Montgomery talking about the chain controls. That's great. I might actually get up to go snowboarding and skiing this winter. I'm excited about that. Well, I really would like to thank the board and the Placer County Air Pollution Control District Board of Directors for your support in appointing me to this important position here in the county. As Supervisor Wygant identified, I'm a 12-year resident of Rockland, so it's a pleasure to be coming home and working locally in my community along with my neighbors and the local businesses here. I look forward to working with all of you, David Bosch and the County Executive Office here and the county and all the local jurisdictions to not only improve the quality of life for the residents here in Placer County, but improve the business environment that we have here, bring new innovative technologies such as biomass, utilizing the extensive forest resources we have in the county to really move our air quality program, the county sustainability programs forward in a way that will position Placer County to be a leader in those areas as they have become recognized worldwide as innovators. So again, thank you for your support. I look forward to working with my new tremendous staff, who I've gotten to know very well over the last couple of weeks. I leave most days with my head swimming, so I know that I have a lot to learn. I'm very excited about the opportunity, so thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right. What's that? Yeah, I'm aware, thank you. Was letting the gentleman speak, and then I was going to bring it back, and so with that, do we have a motion on item 16A?
Move approval 16A.
Second.
My first meeting as chair, Jerry, right? Is that what you?
No, it's just not going to do it in reverse order.
Yes, so we had a motion by Wygant and a second by Montgomery. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. And we will, at this point, move on to public comment. This is that time, the aforementioned time, where any member of the public can address the board on any item that is not on our agenda, knowing that the board cannot take action on items raised under public comment. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Chair Euler, members of the board. This morning, it's with a heavy heart that I share with you we lost one of our employees over the Christmas break, Pauline Moreno. She passed away unexpectedly the day after Christmas. She worked in our adult system of care for over 9 years, supporting both the public authority and also our substance use disorder treatment programs. She was also actively involved in supporting the formation of the public authority and supporting the Older Adults Advisory Commission. She was loved and appreciated by all she worked with, and our thoughts and prayers go out to her family and her close friends. We don't have any details regarding funeral plans at this moment, but when we get them, we will share them with the larger county. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes, you want to add something?
Yeah, thank you, Jeff, for bringing this forward. I've known Pauline for many, many years. She was a customer of mine when I had my shop. And I can tell you that her main concern in her life was her daughter. She really tried to do everything she could. She was a single mom. She tried to do everything she could to make sure that her daughter had all the necessary things growing up. And she did a tremendous job for the county. I was so pleased that she came to work for Placer County to give her a little bit of stability in her life. And I'm truly saddened to see that she's gone. Anyhow, I just want to express my condolences to the staff and her family. Thank
I
you.
understand that her daughter actually works with the courts today
Oh,
in Placer County.
Oh, good. That's good. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else want to address the board under public comment?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Megan, and I'm from the organization A Touch of Understanding, and I am here to thank you guys. You have graciously provided some funds so that our youth force, which stands for Friends Offering Respect, Creating Empowerment, and it's a group of about 170 youth. 50% have some sort of disability and 50% do not. And we get together on a monthly basis doing really fun, inclusive activities, and you guys have graciously given money to support some of those activities and space rental and that sort of thing. So our youth have created a collage as a thank you to show some of the activities and events that we have held. And so I'm here to give that to you.
If you would, please hand it to the clerk of the board, and I'll make sure that we get it. Thank you very much. Very nice of you. Appreciate that. Anybody else want to address the board under public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on. Our first item on our agenda today is reorganization of the board, selection of a chairman and vice chairman for 2016. Do we have a motion on the chair for 2016?
I would move we appoint Supervisor Wygant to Chair 2016.
Do we have a second? We have a motion, Montgomery, second, Duran for chair for Supervisor Wygant. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? At this point, we'll go ahead and rotate then, and you can take up the vice chair.
I'm very sad.
Thank you.
Whoops. Let me just throw stuff at you.
Yeah. I can see how the next year is going to
I'd
be.
really rather not have it. Although knowing what you put in your coffee, maybe I do want to keep it here.
We'll see how well the meeting goes. Kirk's taller than me, too. So actually, my first duty, Kirk, is to award you this plaque. I don't know how many of these you have, but you were the chair my second year on the Board of Supervisors. So I was a young newbie, and you were here in season. So I want to compliment you for all of that dedication, particularly this last year, obviously. Being chair does require significantly more work with agenda review and being understanding of the needs and concerns of your colleagues, some of whom have strong personalities. So you did a great job. You always do great research. You always do your homework. You're on a great meeting. Keep us pointed in the right direction, and you did that with tremendous grace. So if I could give you this.
Add it to your pile.
Thank you.
So now we need to select a vice chair.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that Supervisor Montgomery serve as vice chair for 2016.
Moved and seconded that Supervisor Montgomery be vice chair for this next year. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. I think I'm going to leave now. Just kidding. I'll wait 5 minutes. Anyway. So, first timed item is good. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. See, already. Are there board members who have reports? Kirk?
Yes, just briefly, the only thing I want to report is that for, I want to say it was the 7th or 8th consecutive year, the honor group did do yellow ribbons all the way along Douglas Boulevard from Sierra College out to Auburn Folsom. They do that every year, started by Coach Mark Soto. They do that every year, obviously, during the holidays in recognition of those members of our community that served in the armed forces. This year, we added a new little twist, and that was blue ribbons in the median, blue signifying the commitment of our first responders. So we just want to recognize and appreciate the honor group and everything they do every year under Coach Soto's leadership to help us not forget those folks that are serving overseas, well, at home and overseas in defense of our liberties. So just wanted to recognize that. Thank you.
And Jennifer.
Yeah, I just wanted to report that I was able to participate and represent the county in a wonderful new event that we're having around Christmas called Wreaths Across America. We organized, I didn't do it, but a woman here in Auburn organized almost 600 wreaths that we put on the graves of military service members here at the New Auburn Cemetery. We hope to expand that to other cemeteries in the area, and it's a program where for $15 they will ship a wreath, and we can get them put on the graves. And we hope that next year we have more folks turn out for that and more wreaths for the graves. But it was just really a wonderful event, and I said that it's not often you're actually at an event where you recognize that this is the start of something that is actually going to become a tradition and is going to develop real meaning for our community. And so it was very exciting to be there. Just wanted to report on that.
Okay, seeing no others, we'll move to our 9:10 item, which is a presentation of a commendation to Bill McNally and Todd Gilliand. And that's going to be by Supervisor Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very pleased to bring forward these commendations to Mr. Bill McAnally of Bill McAnally Racing, as well as Todd Gilliand as Driver of the Year and Bill as NASCAR Owner of the Year. It's a privilege when you start talking about successful businesses. You look at the model of NASCAR and what they've been able to do, starting from their interesting history of how they got into racing to building this immense league with sponsorships and all kinds of different opportunities for folks to engage in racing, which has turned into one of America's pastimes. We're very fortunate here in Placer County to have a business that was built from the ground up by someone in Mr. McAnally and his family who have built one of the premier NASCAR teams on the West Coast, and he's accomplished this with, a tremendous amount of support from the local community as well as the NASCAR community. And when people talk about getting into NASCAR and building a team and team leadership and management, they always look at Bill McAnally's shop. Bill's got two shops, one in I guess it's North Antelope, and then he's just recently built another shop here in Roseville, District 1. Very successful places. This past season, Bill has won the championship 6 times. This is his 6th. Is that some type of a record? I'm sure, Bill, and you can talk about that after I read your commendation, as well as Mr. Gilliand won Driver of the Year. So I'm going to go ahead and read the commendation right now, and then we'll give both Todd and Bill an opportunity to talk a little bit about what they do. So, in the matter of the commendation recognizing Bill McAnally of Bill McAnally Racing as NASCAR Owner of the Year and Todd Gilliand as Driver of the Year. Whereas Bill McAnally Racing was founded in 1986 and is owned by former NASCAR K&N Pro Series West driver Bill McAnally. Whereas Bill McAnally started his racing team with one vision, winning races and championships, and he is dedicated to finding talented people and placing them in racing machines prepared by his NASCAR winning mechanics. Whereas Bill McAnally Racing drivers have raced more than 60 victories and innumerable podium finishes. Whereas the race car driver alumni of Bill McAnally Racing include men and women who now compete and win on the NASCAR Racing Series. Whereas Bill McAnally has provided an avenue for talented drivers to develop their skills and successfully compete in motor car racing. Whereas in 2015, Casino Arizona 100 race, he clinched his 6th championship, and with Todd Gilliand winning the race in his series debut at 15 years of age, became the youngest winner in the history of NASCAR's K&N Pro Series. And whereas Bill McAnally Racing is headquartered in Roseville, California, where he houses state-of-the-art facilities, a stable of racing cars, top-notch mechanics. Whereas along with his race shop, Bill McAnally also serves the community with BMR Napa Auto Care and provides services to the area for automobile maintenance. Now therefore, let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer at a regular meeting on behalf of the citizens of Placer County, Bill McAnally, and Todd Gilliand. Come on up, guys.
I would just like to thank the county supervisors for this honor. We're very proud to live in Placer County. I moved to Placer County when I was 17. I grew up in Ukiah down the road, but came here to go to Sierra College. The football coach offered me a job with the San Francisco 49ers if I'd come play football here, and that was something I definitely couldn't turn down back then. But this is an honor and a privilege. We kick off our season here in February in Florida, and we definitely enjoy bringing that hardware back home to Placer County and to Roseville, and we appreciate the support and really appreciate this award. I'd like to introduce Todd Gilliland. Like Jack said, he's 15 years old. He started his first race for us at Phoenix International Raceway last year and won it. So the bad thing is I don't know where we're going to go from there when you get a 15-year-old that wins his first race, but that was just kind of the cherry on the top for a great season. His dad, I raced with his dad and his grandfather, so he comes from a racing family. He lives in Mooresville, North Carolina. He's actually studying to get his driver's license right now. A great kid, and he's gonna do us all proud this year. But Todd, would you like to thank them?
Yes, for sure. just thank you guys for this, and I look forward to racing for Bill and everyone at BMR next year, and hopefully bring home the championship again.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, guys. I'd be remiss if I didn't introduce my lovely daughter Haley and her boyfriend Lee that are here. They're from University of Alabama, and we leave Sunday night to go to the national championship game, and hopefully Alabama brings home that national championship while they're going to school there. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations. Now we're going to go to our 9:20 timed item, which is a commendation presented by Supervisor Euler to Sierra College for its 80th anniversary.
Thank you, Robert. I would at this time ask the president of the Sierra College Foundation, Sambal, and the president of the Board of Trustees, Bill, if they would step on forward. Bill Halden representing the board, and Sambal Oyabadi, who has done a magnificent job of raising money through the foundation over the years. Go ahead, it's right up here to the podium. You guys don't get to hide off to the side or anything like that. We'll go ahead and read this for you. And they printed it largely enough so that I don't have to use my glasses. It's a wonderful thing. So in the matter of a commendation recognizing Sierra College on their 60th anniversary of focused quality instruction and elevating the excellence of their community, whereas Sierra College serves roughly 26,000 students each year, serving all of Placer and Nevada counties and parts of El Dorado County and Sacramento County. And since its first days, the promise of Sierra College has been to facilitate learning, inspire, challenge, and build community. The college continues this mission as it adapts to meet the ever-changing needs of students while promoting learning as a lifelong process. And the college maintains high educational standards while keeping programs and services connected to the needs of the region. And through the commitment of the college's faculty and staff, Sierra College currently offers 83 associate degree programs, 78 certificate programs, a community education program, and the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute program for retired community members. And evidence of Sierra College's success is demonstrated by the transfer of its students to four-year colleges and universities. The college holds the #1 transfer rate in Northern California to the University of California / California State University System. And Sierra College is a regional asset generating an annual economic impact of over $164 million to the local economy, offers on-site workforce development training programs, internships, and is one of the largest employers in the region with 1,120 employees. And 2016 marks the college's 80th anniversary. Recognition of the college's commitment to higher education throughout Placer County and the Sacramento region is worthy of commendation and heartfelt congratulations. Now, therefore, let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of Placer County on behalf of the citizens of Placer County, regularly held meeting of January 5th, 2016, and hereby extends our congratulations to Sierra College on the 80th anniversary and offers our warmest wishes for continued success. No, you go over. What's oh, jeez Louise. No. Oh, no. Thank you. All right, your turn. Thanks for being here. Go ahead.
On behalf of the college and the board, would really like to thank you for the recognition.
I'm sorry, sir. We need your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have to say it one more time.
Bill Halden, currently a trustee on the Board of Trustees for Sierra College. But we appreciate the great working relationship the college has had with Placer County and the Board of Supervisors and your support for the college over the years. And in recognition of our 80th year, we really appreciate this today. I would like to mention to you, if it's not on your calendar, that we're kicking off our 80th year celebration on Tuesday the 12th at Placer High School, where it all began for Sierra College down the street here at 4:30 with a kickoff event. So if you can make it, we'd love to have you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this
You're welcome.
It means a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for all that you do. And I just show of hands, any folks on this board that were impacted by Sierra College? I attended my sophomore year there before transferring down to Berkeley, and so we have you to blame.
It was,
And I actually want to take the opportunity before you leave to extend thanks from the residents of the far eastern end of Placer County. The Truckee campus has just been a huge asset to folks up in eastern Placer County and eastern Nevada County, and we are just so grateful that Sierra College was so far-sighted to identify and build a campus there. So thank you. And yes, I have an AA in ornamental horticulture from Sierra College. So.
wow. And I also, I like to say that my time at Sierra College was the best 6 years of my life. But the first two, I didn't go to class very often. But, you know, the opportunity to have Sierra College in our community made a big difference in my life, because after I graduated from high school, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do or where I wanted to go, but having the community college there set me on the right path. And I did graduate in 3 years with an AA, but it was really important for my future, and it's important for every young person that has the opportunity to go to your college. So thank you and congratulations.
Yes, thanks also. I came down from Reno, Nevada, and attended Sierra College and was recruited by the same coach that recruited Bill and made the same promise to work for the Niners as well, and I did that. I had a great time there. Obviously, I transferred out to Sac State, and from there went to UOP McGeorge School of Law. And now my son is attending Sierra College. So it's as I've always said, education is the gift that keeps on giving. You know, you have a educational system. That educational system supports the teachers, supports faculty. Creates opportunities for children to gain knowledge. They go out, have families, businesses, homes, and it's the gift that keeps giving. So thank you.
And I'll just add, but I actually taught at Sierra College for a while on part-time in the evening division, but
During its dark days, right?
yes, it was. But I appreciated the moment anyway. But I want to thank Bill and Sanbal respectively for your efforts and in your different but unique roles. You both do an extraordinary job and have helped make Sierra more than just, I mean, it's a great community college. It's a great asset to us. And as we look to the future, I think so well positioned to work with what hopefully will be other higher education institutions that come forward. So thanks. Keep at it. Thank you. Okay, so not quite 9:30, so we'll hop to our first department item, which is our individual board member committee assignments and commissions updates. So Holly, are you going to?
I am. Good morning and Happy New Year, members of the board. The item before you is consideration of committee assignments for the upcoming year. As you know, this is an annual event, and we're really looking for your direction. We would be returning to your board for those specific appointments. Currently, there's 53 committees and commissions. In the upcoming year, we're recommending 52. Removing the Water Resources and Energy Committee, which basically has those issues being addressed in other venues and has not met in over 3 years. So with that, we'd be welcome of any direction on committee assignments that you might have.
Thanks, Holly. Questions, comments by board members?
Yeah, I have no.
Jeff?
I'll just make it real simple. I'm satisfied with where I'm at. I don't see any need to change. Any of my fellow board members think that have other interests?
I'm happy where I am.
Yeah, it's good.
Anyone from the public wish to comment on this item? So we needed a motion, correct? Including the reduction of the one committee assignment?
Yeah, actually, we'll come back at your next board meeting to
Okay.
confirm that, and you can take formal action at that point.
So we're good
I
enough
think
for
we're
now?
good to go.
Thanks, Holly.
Thank you very much.
So now it's close enough to 9:30. We'll go back to our timed items. This is our legislative platform update, and Joel, I believe, is kicking that off for us. There he is.
Chairman, members of the board, Joel Joyce with the County Executive Office. I'm also joined today by Paul Yoder and Karen Lang with our state lobbyists, Shaw, Yoder, Antweet, formerly Peterson Consulting. Today I'm recommending approval of the 2016 legislative platform that guides staff and our contracted state and federal lobbyists on issues in the coming year. I'm also recommending approval to allow members of your board and staff to travel to Washington, D.C. this year to lobby on county's federal priorities. With the 2016 platform, there are new key issues that have emerged either through the 2015 legislative session, department priorities, or resident concerns. Highlighting a few of the major additions and changes are as follows. We have included a sustainable communities plan. Staff is currently working on a completion of this plan, which will gear up the county to apply for grants, especially those from cap and trade. This will help with community revitalization by providing economic development tools, including funding projects that provide demonstrable benefits in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and improve energy efficiency. We are also seeking a countywide broadband proposal to seek funding for installation and expansion of broadband to drive and support economic development, increase job opportunities, further support county service delivery, as well as improve health, education, and public safety outcomes for residents. With the rural nature parts of the county, as well as our unique topography, it is not easy nor cheap for businesses or homeowners to obtain high-speed internet. It is also becoming increasingly difficult for businesses, both large and small, to compete on a large scale without this necessary infrastructure in place. Additionally, we have added a housing and homeless assistance item. This is to support for increased funding opportunities to expand housing and homeless assistance programs, including prevention programs and shelter services. You may have heard that yesterday the state legislature proposed a $2 billion bond program to help fund housing called the No Place Like Home Initiative. This is to be mainly funded from Prop 63 monies, which is the additional 1% tax on individuals making over $1 million to help fund mental health services. One of the more immediate concerns that has garnered some media attention lately is homeowners insurance covers in the wildland urban interface, or the wildfire land area. Members of your board, staff, and our lobbyists have been working to help residents find a solution to the problem of homeowners insurance rates skyrocketing and or coverage being dropped altogether. This issue is now starting to affect property values as it's becoming increasingly difficult to buy or sell homes in this area with the mandatory coverage that mortgage companies require. Staff has been in constant communication with the Department of Insurance, CAL FIRE, and the legislature to help find a solution. And finally, on the PCCP, or the Placer County Conservation Plan. Staff has been making good progress on the issue of integration of the Wetlands 404 permit, or the Clean Water Act, and the Habitat Conservation Plan. In the upcoming year, staff will continue to work with state and federal officials on how to effectively integrate these two processes. Unfortunately, our federal lobbyists could not make it, so I'd like to provide a short federal update from the 2015 year. As you may know, 2015 ended on a good note as Congress began to work together to pass two major pieces of legislation. In early December, President signed into law a long-awaited Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill called the Fixing America's Surface Transportation, or FAST Act. The FAST Act addresses a number of Placer County transportation policy and funding priorities. Among other things, the bill increases the amount of federal spending for local infrastructure, including the amount of funding available for locally owned bridges. The legislation also creates an environmental reciprocity pilot program, which allows up to 5 states to utilize state environmental laws and regulations in lieu of federal laws for key infrastructure projects. Think CEQA in place of NEPA. California, I assume, will be ideally positioned to take advantage of this new program and will be asking for their state's support. Overall, the FAST Act authorizes roughly $305 billion for highway transit and safety-related programs. The Act makes more federal highway dollars available for counties for locally owned infrastructure, including bridges on the federal highway system, as well as maintains local off-system bridge funding, which was a key component of the previous transportation bill known as MAP 21. Another bill signed in mid-December was a $1.1 trillion spending package, as well as a $622 billion tax package. One item of note for Placer County is the extension of the producer tax credit for a variety of non-wind facilities that produce energy from certain renewable resources. This credit has applied to electricity produced from sources such as biomass, geothermal, and trash facilities. This measure would also extend a provision that lets companies instead to elect a 30% investment credit for energy property. Looking forward to 2016, the congressional schedule is very front-loaded due to the presidential nominating conventions happening in July instead of August. Members will also be home in October and November campaigning for re-election. Ironically, Congress's productive end of 2015 almost ensures a less productive 2016, so it is not clear how much legislating will ultimately get done. However, there are a few items of note that will receive attention. That includes broad tax reform, criminal justice reform, formal approval of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, reform of the military healthcare system known as TRICARE, Western states drought legislation, and fiscal year 2017 appropriations. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Paul and Karen to discuss state legislative issues.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Karen Lang with Shaw Yoder Antwi. Thank you for having us this morning. As we start off, I just wanted to say thank you for adopting the new contract, putting us all together with Shaw Yoder. I really appreciate that personally, working with Don Peterson for so many years. It's nice to be moved over to the bigger company, but I sincerely appreciate the board's action last month. We're halfway through the legislative session. It's a 2-year session. They came back yesterday and immediately introduced or amended 160 bills. So Joel will be getting a bunch of emails later today about things you should care about. And as they came back, I just wanted to highlight 2016 is going to be a very exciting year on the ballot. Your clerk recorder might need a budget augmentation just to print out the ballot this year. There are probably close to 70 initiatives in circulation right now. Of course, not all of them will go. Some of them are variations of the same initiative, but there are 70 initiatives on the street right now, which could make things very interesting in the Capitol as members try to figure out how to legislate in an environment like that. Given how much turnout might occur in the November election, there's a lot of folks concentrating more on doing things like the ballot box and less in the legislature. So just wanted to highlight that for you. I think we've bugged you about that in the past. Before we jump into 2016, I also wanted to commend especially your child support department. We worked last year closely with your office to do legislation that actually affected all 58 child support agencies in the state. There was an urgency measure that was expiring, or excuse me, a measure that was expiring in the middle of 2015, and your staff took a leadership role with their state counterparts to ensure that that legislation was not only renewed but also revamped so that it actually worked better for counties trying to implement AB 109. The connection between child support and realignment is actually a lot closer than you think in some cases, and we had a really enjoyable experience working with your staff, and I just wanted to commend them all for their time. It was a 2/3 urgency vote, and against the wishes of the department who wanted to see it go away, and we worked with the Department of Finance and the governor's office and got it done. So I just wanted to pass that on to you. The budget is being released on Thursday. The governor's January budget is coming out on Thursday at 10 a.m. Of course, there's a lot of money coming in. There's a lot of questions about how that's really going to get spent. Of course, Proposition 2 from a few years ago moves a lot of that money into the rainy day fund. Proposition 98 accounts for quite a bit of any new revenue that comes in. So when you see the huge new numbers, that doesn't mean there's that much more money to spend. It means that it formulaically will go in a few places, and there's a little bit left over. The legislature is sort of rubbing their hands together in ways to spend it. The governor is maybe a little less inclined to do that. So we'll see what he proposes on Thursday. We expect to see some money for biomass. Your staff has been just phenomenal in tracking biomass activity and funding and opportunities. We're hoping to see some of it come through cap and trade. Frankly, the tree mortality issue that has been brewing up and down the state, and with all the trees in Placer County, you of course have an acute interest in it. We're hoping to see that the governor, as he did an executive order over the fall, hoping to see some real money, some real resources being delivered to counties that you can use to deal with the tree mortality problem. And going with the tree mortality issue, we expect to spend a fair amount of time with the Department of Insurance, CAL FIRE, and your legislative delegation trying to find a way to make sure folks can hold on to their homes, hold on to their insurance premiums without having to take a second mortgage to pay it every year. So we're spending a lot of time already kind of going back, trying to figure out where the sweet spot is going to be, and we expect to spend quite a bit of time on that to make sure your constituents are protected. So with that, I'll hand it over to Paul.
Thanks, Karen. Good morning, board members. Joel touched on the Senate's homelessness proposal. And just very, very briefly, the goal there is to create 10,000 new units overnight, if you will. There will be debt service associated with that proposal. So just so, especially to make sure the public understands, there's no new tax involved with the Senate's proposal. And I should emphasize that it actually was made in a bipartisan fashion. Yesterday in LA and in Sacramento, there were members of both caucuses at the press events. But the idea is to basically take a sliver of the current stream of funding in Prop 63 and issue bonds against that. So there will be some debt service associated with that into the future. And where that money comes, which pots in Prop 63 that money comes out of, is going to be decided, I think. And obviously, that's something that's going to have to be negotiated with the governor. We think that really the goal in this proposal is a housing first model. The one example that was used in both press events yesterday was a housing first program being operated currently in the city of San Diego. And so we do think that's going to be the emphasis. There will be 200, in addition to the units that would be constructed, there will be $200 million over 4 years for 2 programs that'll involve a county match, and we're not sure how much of a county match. First program being the Bringing Families Home program, and that would relate to people that are currently in child welfare at the county level. The second program would be a CalWorks housing support program that would obviously involve folks that are in the CalWorks program and in danger of falling into homelessness. So that's what we know about the program right now. More to come. Karen talked about initiatives just very quickly, and again, for the public's benefit as well as the board's. We may see in November proposals to increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour, legalize marijuana recreationally, eliminate the death penalty, ban on plastic bags in California, so a referendum there, bar state agencies from paying more for prescription drugs than the lowest price paid by the Federal Department of Veterans Affairs, gun control measures, a $9 billion state bond for school construction, 4 different competing tax increase proposals. And today must just be NASCAR day, and I will conclude and then we'll happily take questions. But there is a gentleman who has sizable personal wealth, and he has committed at least $1 million to gather signatures on the Name All Sponsors California Accountability Reform Act, or NASCAR Act. And as seriously as I can say this, because he says he is serious and he has the money to collect signatures on this, his idea is to make members of the legislature wear shirts like NASCAR drivers wear that would include emblems for their largest sponsors, just as drivers in NASCAR do. So happy NASCAR Day, Placer County Board of Supervisors, and you get to laugh. I don't. I said that with the straightest face I possibly could. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Just trying to envision what that would look like up here. So. Any questions by my colleague? Jennifer.
Yeah, I really want to say thank you to Joel and to both of you for the work, particularly relating to insurance and making sure that that's part of our legislative platform. While we're working on it at the state level, I think there are also some opportunities at the federal level in terms of the larger forest management question, because we do have a lot of folks who live in holdings in federal lands. So I think this is something that we can bring up in our conversations with our federal representatives. It's, as you know, becoming a really huge issue. It's perceived, I think, as being an issue largely in the 5th District, in the forested areas of Placer County. But I have spoken to people in the city of Auburn who have had a really difficult time getting insurance for their property. And so I think we're going to see this spread into the other rural areas. I think Granite Bay is going to see this. I think Sheridan, any area that is largely undeveloped and is surrounded by, agricultural uses or non-developed uses is going to see this spread. So I'm really delighted to see this on our ledge platform, and looking forward to, going down to Sacramento and to possibly out to DC as well, and busting a few heads and, raising the attention to this issue. Thank you.
Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, just a question. Is this the complete report, legislative platform?
Yes.
This is it? There's nothing more to it? Because it looks like an executive summary.
this is it. We've really tried to pare it down in the last few years to create more flexibility. Certainly for any larger issues that create concerns, we can either bring back an amendment or bring back a separate item to the board at that time for the board's consideration.
Okay. No, that's good. Previously, there were some issues with regards to the length of it, and we were only getting, a little piece of what we really needed to see. So if this is it, then I'm good to go. So.
Kirk?
Yeah, if I may, if my colleagues will indulge me, just a bragging moment. It was alluded to earlier that our Department of Child Support Services played a leadership role in amending laws that allow for essentially the suspension of the collection of child support while folks are incarcerated, because previously it was accruing with 10% penalties and all the rest. And so folks would get out of prison and they would have this huge debt that had accumulated while they were in prison, obviously with no means of paying the debt, and was really driving folks underground and driving up our arrears. And we are, as a county, actually as states, we are judged by the feds largely based on our arrears, and federal support dollars come to those who have driven down their arrears, and this was artificially driving ours up. And so I wanted to acknowledge Troy Helt and his team, and thank Troy for giving his assistant the time to go and work on this issue, and point out that we got this done actually over the objection of the state. They didn't have an opposed position. They had a not support position, not an opposed position. But the counties got together and got it done anyway, right over the objection of the state. And so far, implementation has been very effective, and it's been very well received.
And I'll just add, we just in our last meeting actually came up with or saw, I think, an opportunity on biomass and fuel load reduction as related to a major project approval that relates to its air quality impacts, the ongoing air quality impacts. It sounds like has huge opportunity, but it's budding. We have a brand new executive director as our air pollution control district officer. So I would encourage staffs to study that a little bit more than I'm capable of communicating at this point, because a lot of technical components that I think also will yield some generous greenhouse gas emission credits that would be available to the county. So with that information, hopefully you guys can all connect and get some homework done. Is there anyone from the public who would like to address this issue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michael Garabedian for Friends of the North Fork. I wanted to address briefly one issue, the development in the wildland urban interface and the insurance, homeowners insurance problem. The first line of action on this is really your action through the planning department, through things like the local hazard mitigation plan. The question of how subdivisions are located. It's a question of managing new development, but even managing second home location on lots so they're in fire safe positions. So I want to encourage you to pay attention to that. With what happened with the King Fire and that jumping 17 miles a day, threatening half a dozen communities, we don't want that to be forgotten. That we have to deal with managing new development in the urban interface. Just to mention the annual Wildland Urban Interface Conference put on by the International Association of Fire Chiefs is coming up in Reno in March. I think it's the 6th year they've had it up there. I'm not sure when, a couple of years ago. I just want to encourage you to allow and encourage staff to go there and take advantage of that tremendous program.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to address the legislative platform? See none, we are being asked to approve the platform and authorize up to 3 members, and I'm assuming staff, appropriate staff members on an advocacy trip to Washington. Moved and seconded, staff recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we'll go to our 9:40 timed item, which is Community Development Resources Agency, and it's consideration of a cancellation of an Ag Preserve and Williamson Act contract. Minor Land Division, and EJ?
Good morning. EJ Ivaldi with the Planning Services Division. Joining me today is Alex Fish, and he'll be making the presentation.
Wonderful. Good morning, members of the board. Happy New Year to you all. Alex Fish with the Planning Services Division. Go ahead and get the slideshow started here. The 37.7 acre project site is located in the Granite Bay Community Plan area. It's about 1.5 miles north of Douglas Boulevard, 1/4 mile south of Cavett-Stallman Road and St. Joseph Morello Church. There's a slide showing current site conditions, and as you can see, the site is immediately bounded by Auburn Folsom Road to the east. We have the Hidden Valley subdivision here. This is Shelburne Estates, Shelburne, my bad, to the south. And we have large lot rural residential development to the north and to the west. The zoning of the site is residential agriculture with a 4.6 acre minimum building site size, and the site, as you can see, is currently undeveloped except for a small roadside agricultural stand, which is located right down here in the corner. And it has about a 4 acre area that is devoted to growing of strawberries and blackberries. This project site is one of 3 parcels that comprise Agricultural Preserve 145, which totals 86 acres. You can see the site here in purple, and the other 2 parcels that balance out the remainder of that 86 acres are shown here as the other highlight parcels. Those parcels total 48 acres, and current agricultural uses in that contract area that are not part of the cancellation request include approximately a 5 acre vineyard, some firewood production, there's seasonal grazing of beef cattle, and on this site there's also some honey production that may ultimately end up on one of the other sites as well. I would emphasize that this portion of the preserve would continue to remain in the Williamson Act. It would not be canceled, and the balance of the agricultural uses on that site would be able to continue. So here we see the parcel map that is proposed, and since the slide doesn't show it abundantly clearly, I'll point out there are 4 parcels. This is parcel 1 right down here in the lower right, comprises about 6.9 acres. Immediately to the north is a 6.1 acre parcel. There's a 12.3 acre parcel up here, and then about an 11.7 acre parcel down here in the corner. Parcels would range in size, as I said, from about 6.1 to 12.3 acres with an average of approximately 9 acres. The project would construct frontage improvements along Auburn Folsom Road. Those would include the connection for the on-site subdivision road. There's also a private driveway connection that would serve parcel 1. There would be a significant landscape buffer along the front here, and a sound barrier that would also, a masonry sound wall that would be constructed along the project frontage. And there's also a natural earthen trail, 6 foot wide decomposed granite, that would meander through this area as well. All of these frontage improvements would be designed in accordance with the Granite Bay Community Plan design element. The project would connect to public sewer, and it would be served by surface treated water from PCWA. Fire protection service would be provided by South Placer Fire District. And all site resources, there is a fairly significant seasonal stream with some ephemeral drainage that serves into it, has some seasonal wetland characteristics that runs through the middle of the site. These would all be protected by permanent easements, including some wetland features that are located around the project site, and those would remain in place. So the real purpose of my visit to your board today is because this project requires cancellation of the Williamson Act contract, or a partial cancellation of this Williamson Act contract. And there are a couple of different ways that cancellation can occur. The methodology that the county has determined is appropriate to this circumstance based on the state statute, its required findings and processes. are that this cancellation would be consistent with the purposes of the Williamson Act. And in order to find that the cancellation is consistent with the Williamson Act, there's a series of 5 findings that have to be made. And the first finding is that notice of non-renewal has been filed. That's the notice that begins the 9-year contract termination process that every contract is required to go through if it wants to disenroll from the Act. That was filed in 2013, and the contract is scheduled to expire in 2023. The second finding is that cancellation would not remove adjacent land from agricultural use. So in this scenario, if we had some incompatible use that was proposed, say it was an asphalt batch plant or a concrete batch plant or an industrial park or some other land use that would be incompatible with these surrounding agricultural land uses and that could have secondary effects or primary effects that would make farming not able to be continued there, that's what the basis of that would be. However, in this case, this is rural residential development consistent with the Granite Bay Community Plan. It's an already planned land use. And that speaks to the third finding, which is that cancellation that the alternative use of land is consistent with the general plan or community plan. That is the case here. Fourth finding is that cancellation will not result in discontiguous patterns of development. I think we've already established that with the basis that these land uses that are proposed, which are less intensive than ultimately what could be supported on the property, those are consistent with the community plan. And lastly, the fifth finding is that there is no sufficiently close non-contracted land which is both available and suitable for the use to which it is proposed the contracted land be put, or that development of the contracted land would provide more contiguous patterns of development than that alternative site. So just to spend a brief moment on findings 4 and 5, because I think really those are the crux of what the Planning Services Division has determined is really the real core of this issue is consistency with the community plan land use designations. The project, as designed, it's consistent with all requirements of the Granite Bay Community Plan. It would implement rural residential low-density development consistent with the rural estate community plan land use designation. That fifth finding, that there is no proximate non-contracted land available, I think we can already see with this GIS parcel layer that we have here, and this is, by the way, right about here is the boundary of the Granite Bay Community Plan area. And to the south, the parcel layer looks pretty much identical. There are few, if any, proximate non-contracted properties that could support this use. And furthermore, it's somewhat speculative to judge whether or not the applicant could legally acquire those properties. If those properties could meet the applicant's development objectives to provide urban level of services with sewer service and surface treated water, those things typically we have to go through a fairly extensive environmental review to determine. And so I think really what the fifth finding hinges upon is, does this proposal provide an equivalent or better land use pattern that would emerge from development of the site? Staff has determined that the answer is yes to that. Little background, we had a Planning Commission hearing on December 10th, and staff comes forward today to present the Planning Commission's recommendations to you. At that hearing, in addition to staff's report, the Commission received testimony from the applicant's representative, Marcos Leduca, who is here with us today, who supplemented staff's presentation. They also received testimony from the Agricultural Commissioner, Josh Hunsinger, and he's going to supplement my oral presentation with some testimony to further characterize the Agricultural Commission's deliberations on this request. And Josh also, I'd note, responded to several questions from the commissioners. And the commission also received testimony from Marilyn Jasper, representing the Public Interest Coalition, and Michael Garabedian, representing the Sierra Club. And they both spoke in opposition to the proposed contract cancellation. They detailed a number of reasons why, and those things were primarily related to loss of agricultural and open space lands, inconsistency with the policies of the Placer County General Plan and Grant Bay Community Plan, and inconsistency with the Williamson Act. And I believe they're both here today as well, and so they may have information to add into the record. But ultimately, the Planning Commission deliberated these items and the several other issues and the cancellation findings in staff's report pertaining to consistency with the Williamson Act. And the Commission ultimately made a motion to recommend approval of the contract cancellation, noting, among other things, that this parcel has been enrolled in the Williamson Act for 44 years, whereas the minimum contract term is 10 years, and that cancellation would not result in a lack of fulfillment of that minimum 10-year contract term, nor would it be a premature conversion to a non-agricultural use. At that time, the Commission voted 4-0 with 3 commissioners absent to recommend that your board take these following 3 actions, which are to adopt the proposed mitigated negative declaration, the errata that's attached to it, and the mitigation monitoring reporting plan, approve the minor land division subject to the findings in staff's report and the proposed conditions of approval, and lastly, to approve the tentative partial cancellation of this Williamson Act contract subject to the cancellation findings that are detailed in your report and that we went over in this oral report.
Thanks, Alex.
You are welcome.
Are there any questions of Cedra or Alex at this particular point in time? Assuming next I should go to Josh in terms of continuum of staff report. Is that?
I think that would be best.
Good. Any questions at this point? I hear none. So, Josh, you're next.
Thank you. Good morning. Josh Hunsinger, Placer County Agricultural Commissioner. And on October 19th of last year, the applicant and the planning department came to the Agricultural Commission and gave a presentation similar but with more detail to what was presented here today. The Ag Commission ultimately voted 7-0 unanimously, with 2 folks absent, to recommend denial of this request. The commission deliberated for quite a while. Every single commissioner provided input, and I believe you have that staff report in your packet. The things that weren't really in question were the appropriateness of this minor land division, the lack of agricultural utilization of this parcel. It wasn't really even debated that, the agricultural use as it exists today is not what it could be or all that robust. There was no debate over the eventual falling out of this parcel from the Williamson Act. It's in non-renewal right now, so it's an eventuality. That wasn't the issue. The Ag Commission really focused more on the philosophical nature of the question that is being asked of you, which is, can a developer come in, purchase a parcel with somewhat of an assumption that they can then cancel that and use it for other means rather than going through the preferred process, which is the non-renewal, the 9-year non-renewal process. And so that's really what the commission focused on, and they felt that they would be setting a precedent that they were completely uncomfortable with if they allowed this parcel to go through that cancellation process. While recognizing this parcel is, as they put it, probably very appropriate for this change in use, they were concerned about the precedent that would be set and the next request that came in, which isn't quite as clear-cut. Maybe it's in a little farther into western Placer County or something in a more rural area, the county being on record as allowing cancellations for this purpose. So that was the primary focus of their deliberations, and I hope I've captured that in the staff report.
Jim.
Thank you, Josh. So if this cancellation is approved today, that doesn't mean that anybody can come in and expect to have an early cancellation of it without going through the whole process, right?
No, they'd have to go through this same
and
process.
End up at the board as well to make the determination whether it met the criteria set forth in our staff report.
Correct.
Okay. Jennifer, and then Kirk.
Josh, a question on how the Williamson Act views what I would term the correct opportunities to do a cancellation rather than a rollout. And my understanding is economic infeasibility of an ongoing operation is not considered a trigger for a cancellation because essentially the property owner would have an opportunity to engage in a different agricultural pastime on that property.
Yeah, that is correct. In fact, one of the commission members read as part of their reasoning in taking the vote that they did, they read some out of the frequently asked questions portion of the Department of Conservation's website regarding Williamson Act cancellations, and it goes through basically some different legal opinions and whatnot that basically state that non-renewal is the appropriate method of falling out of the Williamson Act unless extraordinary circumstances exist.
And the Ag Commission then did not recognize extraordinary circumstances in this case. Okay, thank you.
And Kirk.
Josh, if this parcel that is being requested for cancellation were to come in today of its own and request a new contract, what would be the position of your department?
As far as the agricultural requirement, the minimum agricultural production requirement, it's marginal. I think it would be, I think it would meet that requirement. It's a very minimal requirement of $4,500 in gross production, agricultural production per year. So recognizing that if you can't make, the parcel by itself is a little small. As a whole, I think the current contract's over 80 acres, and so $4,500 is obviously a very minimal production requirement on an 80-acre contract.
When new contracts are established, is existing surrounding compatible land use taken into consideration?
Yes, and in fact, the approximation to other Williamson Act contracts and other agricultural lands is looked at very favorably in that consideration.
And clearly, 44 years ago when this contract was established, the half-acre to 1 acre lots that comprise Shelbourne, which is the entire southern boundary of the park, wasn't there.
Obviously.
The fragmentation of the landscape around it it was a little bit more intact. You were dealing with primarily 10-acre parcels back then and larger as opposed to what we have today.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just to sort of maybe frame everything in a question for both Alex and Josh, I guess. Noting that Placer Board has typically been pretty stingy regarding agreeing to cancellations, in my opinion. And we've done things like with Tigard in the past, which was near and dear to my home, required them to actually protect in perpetuity about the same amount of land for which they sought a cancellation on their contract. But clearly, I would agree that the conditions are dramatically different. It's definitely in a much more rural and agricultural setting, and the operation of the facility is not incompatible with agriculture to begin with. But in this case, it sounds like, I think Alex did a really good job of conveying to me the findings 4 and 5, the context of Granite Bay, et cetera. But it sounds like, would you agree that the Ag Commission erred on a more conservative side as it relates to cancellations, period, and the Commission was less so?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. And then Jennifer, do you?
Yeah, I had just one more clarifying question. How many Williamson Act cancellations has the county ever actually completed?
This county, it depends on how you count, but the Board of Supervisors has had one other cancellation request before it that I'm aware of. That was part of the Riolo Vineyard Specific Plan project. And ultimately, the landowner determined not to go through with it, though I do believe that the board granted the tentative approval of that cancellation. There are some other instances where the City of Lincoln has canceled Williamson Act contracts as it's been annexing property from the county into its general plan boundary, but otherwise for the Board of Supervisors, just one instance previously.
So the county has never actually completed one in that case?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
See no further questions at this time. So this is a public hearing. Our first step is to open it up to a public hearing, and I'll give the applicant an opportunity to present first, and then everybody an opportunity thereafter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Marcus Laduca, since I just got back very late last night, and my brain hasn't totally gotten back to 2016 here at the board, I start off by saying, hola, buenos dias, feliz año nuevo, Senor Wygant, Senora Montgomery, Senor Euler, Senor Holmes, and Senor Duran. I'm pleased to be before you today with a recommendation of your staff and also the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission for what, and Supervisor Montgomery's question hits right on this, what is for Placer County a very rare request that only comes up in very unusual circumstances. The staff report before you has done a very thorough job of laying out what led my client and the current property owner to come forward with this request on a nearly 38-acre parcel before you. As you've heard and seen in the exhibits, development has happened all around the property since 1971 when the contract was first entered into. You have 1-acre lots to the east and to the south, rural residential homes on the west, some subdivided property further to the north, and a new Catholic church. The desire to build homes on large lots, as my client has come forward with, including one for himself and his family, was really looking to come forward with something that would blend into that surrounding rural residential area, let alone what was going on in Shelbourne to the south. We would note that were this request to be granted by the board today, 60% of the the new contract, the one that has the 86 acres, would still remain in the Williamson Act program. And if you look at the original Rickey family holdings that was split into 2 contracts several years ago, 77% of that those parcels, the 4 separate parcels, would remain in the Williamson Act program. It's not really a question, as staff noted, of if this were to come out of the Williamson Act. It's a non-renewal. It's just a question of when. The idea really is if we didn't approve this today, it'll come out 7 years from 4 days ago under the rollout provisions. The desire here, including of the co-applicants, including Aaron Rickey, who still farms the property to the northwest that's in the contract, is really simply have to wait 7 more years, and he will be able to tell you why that is important for him and his family before building homes on those parcels consistent with the community plan and zoning. Before reviewing the statutory findings and trying to supplement a little bit what staff went through, I'd note that with the parcel sizes we're looking at, even parcel sizes on some of the surrounding properties, people could still do hobby farms. The question was, this isn't going to be a 6,000 square foot lot subdivision here that you will have no opportunity for further people to have ag uses. And you see some of those throughout Granite Bay. People have vineyards and small fruit trees, farms in essence, and also farm animals. The lot sizes proposed, again, they're larger than Shelbourne and Hidden Valley, and they're more in line with really what is to the west and to the north. And the idea there that my client had was really to come forward with something that blended into the area. That wasn't something that's just in stark contrast. Again, the findings before you, the first one's obviously taken care of because the rollover the rollout has been filed with a notice of non-renewal. The second finding, and again, we're note that staff and the Planning Commission concurred that taking this property out of the Williamson Act will not likely lead to nearby agricultural lands being pulled out of production. In fact, the Rickey family, the 2 separate members of the Rickey family that own the remaining 48.7 acres in the contract will continue to be in the program and continue to farm their properties. Again, the properties proposed use is consistent with zoning and community plans, so the third finding is met. And again, in terms of fourth finding and not promoting discontiguous patterns of land use, just look at the picture, worth 1,000 words relative to what the uses are around it and how this would be consistent with that. As to the fifth finding, my client, Terry Reese, did a good deal of research to provide the evidence necessary to support that and actually have evidence. And I think we saw some letter that talked about case law, that there was no evidence in one case 45 or 35 years ago that said there wasn't evidence to support that finding. So what we ended up doing was Mr. Reese looked at properties throughout the Granite Bay Community Plan and even went further into the Horseshoe Bar Penrith Community Plan, roughly 3 miles away, to look for properties even smaller than he was interested in, 10 to 40 acres in size, with some very key components. One that had public water and sewer available and access to a public road. So again, not limiting his search, he in essence was trying to do what you have to do to present evidence to the board in this on this finding, and that is try to disprove your own case. That's what you have to do. And what he found in that search was 4 properties that ranged in various sizes from 10 to 40 acres. Again, 3 had been sold in the last year, so were not available, and the 4th was in escrow at that point. Later on, you always wonder if you've done enough in terms of looking at that, presented adequate evidence for the board. So the assessor's office does an appraisal for purposes of land valuation to determine what the cancellation fee is. They went out 10 miles further, and just their evidence simply supported what we were looking at. Even though you wouldn't be required to typically go out 10 miles, they did to try to come up with properties that would be similar, and some of the properties they looked at did not have those attributes of public sewer and water and access to a public road. We also believe, given those, not just those 5 findings, you could also make the determination in the public interest based on the fact that the property is not prime, as the staff report notes, is not farm property of statewide importance, not unique land, and as Mr. Rickey will testify today, looking at trying to promote the interest of helping a farmer being able to continue to farm on his property, that this request before you will enable him to do just that, and he can tell you exactly what's going on relative to what you can earn from the property and what he has earned on the property that I found very interesting, especially talking about the beehives that were on the property. Now, we understand fully the concern that was expressed, as Mr. Hunsiker said, at the Ag Commission hearing by all the commissioners about setting a precedent. Nearly 8 years ago, as staff mentioned, the county approved a Williamson Act contract cancellation on a parcel in the Railroad Vineyard Specific Plan, and that property just never went forward. But it was approved. The property owner decided not to go forward with that. Again, it was in 2008. We all know what happened that year, and decided that probably wasn't the best thing for him to do. And so the request before you is the first one since then, in 8 years. Yet that request before you, and that had nothing around it. There was no uses around that property. There was nothing for quite a distance. Since that request, you've had only this one before you. It didn't open up any floodgates. You could argue that a precedent was already set in a way. But again, you have to look at the unique circumstances of each one. And in looking at ours relative to the location, adjacent to 1 acre lots on 2 sides, rural residential homes on 2 others, with the Catholic Church further to the north, adjacent to a major regional roadway in Auburn Folsom Road. Again, access to both public water and public sewer. And on a property, as Mr. Euler asked, that likely doesn't meet the Williamson Act requirements for a non-prime piece of property less than 40 acres coming in, we think that that's fairly unique circumstances. So while you can argue that a precedent has already been set, we believe that this won't be a precedent for pretty much nearly every other piece of Williamson Act contracted land in the county, simply because you'd be hard-pressed to find any of those parcels with the characteristics I just listed. So we don't think it undermines the county's own program. We don't think it undermines the Williamson Act statute. And we believe that going forward with this, again, consistent with the community plan, that this project will serve the county's benefit simply by the fact that you'll be getting development 7 years earlier. Right now, and so building fees, property taxes, whereas the county or the state, what's interesting is they get all the cancellation fee. First time I did this 8 years ago, I learned all this. The county doesn't get any. What's more interesting, at least at that time, they were still funding the Williamson Act program. The last 5 or I think 6 years now with this budget, they're still not funding it. which I find very ironic. It's a mandate, but it's not, however they term their pieces of legislation, to not pay counties for this program. But the county doesn't get any fee. And so that's the only, I think, the down part of this request before you. If you were getting the fee, that'd be one thing. You could use it to promote ag uses and do other things throughout the county, but the money all goes to the state, and I'm probably pretty certain that they're not going to turn around and write you a check. With that, Mr. Chairman, we would ask for your action today to approve our request. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board might have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
First Jim and then Jack.
Thank you, Marcus. I think you touched on this. Is it my understanding that if we approve this cancellation, that'll enhance the ability of the remaining Rickey family members? Will it enhance their ability to continue their agricultural way of life? And maybe that's not a question for you. Maybe that's for...
Yeah, Aaron Rickey testified at the Ag Commission. He was not able to make the Planning Commission hearing. He's here today. He will be able to answer that directly when he speaks to the board.
Thank you.
Jack?
Yeah, one of the things that, one of the steps I think in this, so people can get their head around it, that we haven't discussed is how it got into the Williamson Act, all right? And the landowner themselves put this into this act, correct?
Correct, 1971.
It wasn't placed, you know, they, as a landowner, they had the right to go ahead and say, I wanted to go ahead and designate this property under the Williamson Act, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So they still have that property interest, right?
Correct.
Okay. Our second question is whether or not this makes it harder or easier for the remaining two properties to be asked for cancellation.
The interesting thing about the location of this parcel versus the other two is the factors that I listed, and again, the idea of setting a precedent. Again, the Ag Commission was rightly concerned about that. They're absent here on the other parcels. That they don't have those. They're not adjacent to 1 acre lots. They in fact don't have developed home sites on much smaller parcels immediately to their west. They have the church to the north. They don't have direct access, for example, to Auburn. There's different factors that I listed. People always say you can set a precedent, but then you have to look at the actual facts. As Mr. Rickey will testify later, this will enable him actually to continue to farm his property. So that's what he does. He doesn't want to stop doing it, but again, they have not been successful on this property with generating any income that actually justifies the expense, because you have feed, you have water, power, whatever you need to be able to make the an operation work. The number of cattle is very small that you could run on this property, and so that's what he'll be able to answer directly to you relative to his ability not to cancel, not to go into non-renewal, but to continue farming on the property, as well as his other family member that is farming on the other 24 acres immediately to the north of the property.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, see no other questions, comments at this time, so I'll open up to the remaining public, and please come forward, state your name for the record. Don't be shy.
My name is Larry Jordan, and what I'd like to address is the integrity and the potential abuse of the Williamson Act. It was stated that people can put that property in. They have to go through a program. In fact, they just came and put another 70, 80 acres in the Williamson Act to enhance their farming operation. A year later, they come back and want to take some property out, or just half of it out, because it is contiguous to a subdivision. In the Williamson Act, there's a provision to take your property out. It's a 9-year buyout. You lose significant tax benefits by keeping it in the Williamson Act, and to come along at the last minute and say, we want to take this money out, take this property out, and develop it. This is significant savings. What I'm afraid of is on the Ag Commission, are we going to have to go to each and every one and ask these people, what are you really thinking? What are you really doing? Because to me, this is It's just an abuse of the system for financial gain. I wish that the money that they saved or will pay in the buyout would come to the county, because that would probably make you a little more agreeable to plan. But what I would really like to do is stick to the rules. We have a way to get it in. We have a way to get it out. Those properties with those 1 acre parcels next to them are way older than 9 years old. You know, Shelbourne Estate's been there, what, 15, 20 years, something like that. So if you're seeing that, now's the time to do that. Don't come in at the last minute and say, well, we want to build houses now. I don't disagree that that property is next to a town. I'm just very, very upset over the process and the lack of integrity to the Williamson Act. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Marilyn Jasper. I'm speaking on behalf of Public Interest Coalition. Given the facts, findings that you've been presented with, this Williamson Act cancellation request is not warranted nor legally permissible. As mandated by the Act and affirmed by the California Supreme Court, the prescribed non-renewal rollout must be followed. Regarding the binding contract, I'd like to present 3 points, and regarding the Williamson Act compliance, I'd like to make 2 points. First, the contract specifically states that cancellation will not be requested by the owner and will not be approved by the county except on a clear showing that there's been a change of circumstances beyond control of the owner. That is simply not the case here. Second, contract states the existence of an opportunity for another use shall not be sufficient reason for cancellation. Third, the uneconomic, non-economic character of the existing use may be considered only if there is no other reasonable or comparable ag use to which the land may be put. This land is designated farmland of statewide importance. That was in the errata from the Planning Commission. It will support viable ag operations. To comply with the Act itself, one of 2 findings must be made. First, consistency with the law's purpose. There are 5 specific conditions, all of which must be met. As we pointed out in our letter and has been mentioned today, this request does not make it, does not make all 5. Or second, a cancellation must be in the public interest. The Department of Conservation's letter states that public interest refers to the value of the land for open space and ag, not development value. And that cancellation of farmland of statewide importance is not in the public interest. Moreover, the Supreme Court found that, similarly, that any decision to cancel land preservation contracts must therefore analyze the public interest in the value of the land for open space and ag use. Again, it meets none of these. And as explained in our letter, they only have 5 years to wait before they can submit their plans for development. That is not a hardship. I have 1 more minute? Or is that
you
it?
could wrap it up.
Okay, sorry.
Thanks, Marilyn.
Approval of this cancellation will compromise the ag's integrity, set precedent for easy opting out of contracts, and relegate the Williamson Act to a tax avoidance scheme. Please deny it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good morning. Dan Macon. I'm a sheep rancher here in Auburn, also the livestock representative on the Agricultural Commission, but I'm here today as a sheep rancher and as a citizen. I appreciate Josh outlining the unanimous recommendation of the Ag Commission And I also want to acknowledge that making a living or making even part of a living in production agriculture is not and has never been easy. And I certainly understand those circumstances. Speaking for myself, to address Mr. Euler's question directly, I think I would certainly give consideration to a property of this size and nature and agricultural attributes if it were to come before the Agricultural Commission to enter into the Williamson Act. I think, as Josh suggested, there are some marginal attributes, but certainly from an income-producing standpoint, a property with these attributes would qualify for the Williamson Act today. Also, in spite of the applicant's assurance, I am very, very concerned that this sets a precedent in Placer County in terms of Williamson Act cancellations. I think that is something we need to take very, very seriously. And I suspect that in the future, as our economic conditions recover here in Placer County, that these types of requests won't be quite so rare as they have been in the past. Secondly, I think that the cancellation of this contract would send a very strong signal that despite the county's stated commitment to agriculture, that we view agricultural land as simply underdeveloped inventory for future development, rather than for its food and fiber producing capabilities and for its importance from an agricultural standpoint. I think given the apparent value of land for development, the penalties obviously are not an economic consideration for the development of land like this. While the Williamson Act does not, as its purpose, try to keep agriculture viable, it does maintain land in agriculture for future generations, and I think that's why this is such an important precedent. And I would also encourage you not to approve the cancellation of the contract. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Christine Turner, and I'm here representing Placer County Farm Bureau, and I'm the retired agricultural commissioner as well for Placer County. So I administered the Williamson Act for a number of years through the Agriculture Department. And what I wanted to just say today is that I think the precedents that this sets, this request and the potential for approving it, is very significant. We've already heard a reference to the Riolo Vineyards approval being used as, quote, a precedent. The next time someone wants to come in and have early cancellation of the Williamson Act, they will then use this decision as a precedent to point to. And although the circumstances may indeed be different, as they are with Riolo Vineyards versus this proposal, there is a connection there that people will make. And it sends a message when we decide that our Williamson Act is something that can be conveniently canceled at the request and benefit of the landowner. I think where everybody is in agreement and can see the writing on the wall that this land will be developed into the future. That's not the issue. The issue is that they entered a contract, they knew what the circumstances of the contract were, they could have filed non-renewal a number of years ago and been ready to go forward with this development today if they had done that. They chose not to. I think that the policies of Farm Bureau have been always to support Williamson Act, the integrity of the Williamson Act, so that it remains a viable and important tool to farmers and ranchers who face economic difficulties to remain in agriculture. The panacea is not to sell off part of your property to development and then say, oh, well, now I can remain in farming on the rest of it. If those other two properties are still appropriate, the other two parcels are still appropriate for agricultural use, I think it is a difficult argument to be made that this proposal for this 37 point whatever acres is now no longer viable for agricultural production. Based on those considerations, I think that it is an appropriate time to send a message that the county is committed to Williamson Act and to agriculture production in this county, and that the county hasn't approved an early cancellation to date, and I would urge you to not start that now. Thank you.
Next speaker. Is that everyone? Okay, then please don't be shy, step forward and state your name for the record.
Hello, I'm Aaron Rickey. I'm the current property owner, sixth generation. We've been farming this property since 1863. All my life, me and my father have been farming this property. I have no desire to not be farming. The other properties will definitely always be in the Williamson Act. Basically, since my father passed away, I'm basically going backwards because I've lost my partner financially and the help. So basically, this is try to preserve it for my children. Basically keep it going. I need some way, and this is the only way that I can figure to do it. So we're all for farming. We're just going backwards without the way we're sitting. So we want to be able to keep going. So as far as your question, it's definitely. I mean, that's all I've known my whole life. That's what I've done all my life. So that's what I want to continue to do.
So you want to continue your way of life?
Yes. We 7 years ago we started a pumpkin patch, which has become a pretty big thing in the community. We want to expand on that. And, we do the wine grapes and the cattle, and I just need some. All I got is me and my back and my shovel, right now. And so, we need, in order to, actually make it work, not have to go get a 9 to 5 and not be able to farm at all. This is what I'm trying to keep going.
Thank you. Is there anyone?
Michael Garabedian for the Sierra Club. There's plenty of property available in this area for housing development. Now, what the Williamson Act tells you in this area is housing development anywhere except on the Williamson Act. Now, this is a state constitutional-based enforceable restriction. Article 13, Section 8 of the Constitution is what allowed the legislature to pass the Williamson Act and give a tax break to people who say, I will keep my land in agriculture or compatible use for agriculture for 10 years. For 41 years, every year, the landowners renewed that contract for another 10 years, including in 2012. In 2012, they renewed it for another 10 years. Nothing. Everything was already there that Marcus has talked about. Everybody knew that. If they didn't know, of course they knew the area. Now, what changed is in 2013, someone came along and bought half interest in the property. That changed. They put it in non-renewal, which is the proper thing to do. And as non-renewal happens over the years, the property taxes started going up. The only information I know at this time, it was $400 and 2013, $29.16 and 14, $35.47. The property tax keeps going up, and that's the way the Williamson Act is designed. Now, of the different issues I've come before you, this issue, I know the law better here than any other one. For 4.5 years, I did Williamson Act enforcement for the Department of Conservation. I read this law over and over again, time and time again, to interpret it for enforcement, for agricultural conservation easements, which is pertinent because ag conservation easements are under the same constitutional provision, enforceable restriction. In that case, it's in perpetuity. The legislature decided, well, these will just be for 10 years. That allows more flexibility. That is what this is all about. And so in the Sierra Club versus City of Hayward decision, that was referred to indirectly here before. That's where the state Supreme Court explained and defined you have to have substantial evidence in the record to support a cancellation, and that the proper thing to do is non-renewal. And the other one, the public interest one, they went through the public interest requirements. This doesn't meet either one. It doesn't do either one. Now, you're being asked to make the Williamson Act a tax haven. That's all there is to it. May I have another minute, please?
Well, if you could wrap it up as quickly as possible, please.
Thank you. It's got $125 million value. The staff has talked about soils. That's not relevant. The Development Committee has overruled the Ag Commission and made a recommendation. They are staff people, not meeting publicly. This proposal is a recommend to create a crisis for agriculture in this county. This creates a crisis. Strawberries, that is a special crop that could support a family working that land, if any could. Most of the income for this county comes from land that is not prime land. Most of the Ag Commission, the income you see on the crop report. Strawberries is a respectable contribution to that report. So the purpose of the Land Act should not be changed here. You should not give them a windfall. If
you could wrap up your comments, please.
There's no discussion of the general plan violations, and you need an environmental impact report because this is a significant change. And Marcus, I'll close by saying this. Marcus said at the Planning Commission, this is the first one, and others are going to come now. He made the statement that justifies an environmental impact report, this being the beginning of a series of attempts to make illegal cancellations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Mappa. I wasn't here to talk about this issue, but as I listened to the different things that are being discussed, kind of makes me think about some questions I might have for planning staff. And one would be, if this was approved, can these parcels be deed restricted from future development or future splits? Are the contiguous parcels to the north not allowed to be split because they're contiguous? So you'd have the one-time split for these one parcel. And in the future, they couldn't, at least this family couldn't come in and ask for another split because it's contiguous. And whether or not that falls within the Subdivision Map Act would be a question I have for staff. If this was not approved and it remained as it is, and the family opted to take the course for the contract to expire, could they, under the general plan or some means, come in for a full-size 1 acre lot subdivision? Instead of 4 lots, you might have 15, 20, and then they could also let the other ones expire, and those two could be subject to larger splits if somebody came in and offered maybe to put up the development money and joint venture with the property owner to do some type of major subdivision 7, 8, 9 years from now when these do expire. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you guys want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think the answer to that is the property could be developed as per the zoning. Right now, the zoning is res ag with a 4.6 acre minimum. They would need approval for that if they did a minor land division. Anything higher density than that, they'd be looking at their rezone, a general plan amendment, all that subject to the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisor approval.
Thank you.
So, I'm sorry, just for clarification, that means under the existing zoning, they could put in probably 8 parcels on this piece of property?
6, according to my expert.
6. Oh, okay, because of the wetland restrictions.
Thanks. Is there anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't typically get up, but I did want to correct.
Marcus, you're going to have to be very brief because you've already had a chance to make a presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. I made no such comment at the Planning Commission. I asked Mr. Garabedian, as an officer of the court, to not say something that one attorney said to an elected body, that in fact that's what I said, because I made no such comment. What I said was, what I presented to you was, if you're looking at the issue of a precedent, you have to look at the circumstances that are here, and that actually looking at all of their contracted land in the county, the chance of this being able to be used as a precedent is probably close to nil, simply because of its characteristics. That's all I said. And the changed circumstances that my client has faced going back to Mr. Duran's comment about when the contract was originally put into place in 45 years, in the last 20 years, all the developments happened around it. That was outside of his control. And so that was an issue that just want to make sure you were aware of. But again, I made no such comment to the Planning Commission, nor would I. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
I'd like to just read one sentence from the assessors, his letter. One sentence. Due to the size of the parcel, zoning restrictions, seasonal streams, and wetlands, the most probable scenario is to subdivide the parcel into 4 estate-sized lots. That's their assessment letter.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to comment? We'll close public comment. Bring it back to the board first for any questions that they might have of staff or comments that they may choose to. Kirk?
Yeah, question, Jerry. What's the Williamson Act? Why do we have it?
To protect agricultural land in the county.
Okay. Was it for the benefit of the people who own the property as to stave off the pressures of development as they encroach around the property? Because development, as it encroaches around the property, artificially drives up the price of that property from an assessment standpoint, thereby increasing the annual cost of the farmer to do business as a farm?
It was to encourage owners to keep their land in agricultural production by putting a rein on the property tax increases that could have occurred without the Williamson Act, which would force or encourage more development.
And in many cases, historically, did force people into the position where they simply couldn't afford to keep their land based on the increased assessed valuation, based on the development that's happened around them. Therefore, the Williamson Act was passed by the legislature, and it's a voluntary program that people can step into, correct?
Correct.
Does the Williamson Act provide for an off-ramp from the Williamson Act? It says that you have a 9-year rollout. Does it provide for exemption for exceptions to that?
The cancellation provision is an exception to the
So, in other words, that's part of the rules. When we're being told to follow the rules, part of the rules are actually what our staff has put in front of us.
Yes, the statute defines the process, and it also defines the findings that have been made. And as the staff report lays out the findings for your board to consider, and there's evidence in the record to support all of the findings that are proposed in your resolution.
And though many references have been made to this being a cancellation, quote unquote, is this not more correctly described as a modification, simply canceling the application of the property tax exemption, pardon me, afforded under the Williamson Act for this portion of the property, but the contract itself continues and in fact has recently been re-renewed on the other remaining parcels, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for staff.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the board? Keeping in mind that we are being asked to adopt a mitigated neg deck and errata, the monitoring plan, we're asked to consider a resolution approving the tentative cancellation of the just discussed Williamson Act contract and approve the minor land division.
Before we move to an action, I did actually have a couple comments I wanted to make on this. I'm actually going to abstain on this vote. A number of really important issues have been raised on both sides of this. We would have to have the wisdom of Solomon, and none of us have that, to be able to predict the future of any of these parcels and to predict the future success or failure of an agricultural effort on this, the other land that would remain if this does get canceled through the Williamson Act. The issue has also been raised that, there's really only 5 years to wait here. 5 years is either a really, really long time or it's a really short period of time in the overall things. And it comes down to this question of perspective, and it comes down to that issue that we're all getting at, that we do struggle with here at the county, which is how do we preserve agriculture and what does that mean? And I think it has a different meaning to every person in the room. I think Christine particularly raised some really excellent positions from the Farm Bureau. And I agree with her. I also struggle with the fact that, you know, we have a farmer, someone who's engaged in an agricultural pursuit, who says, I need to do this to continue doing my agricultural pursuits. I can't second guess your intentions or the Farm Bureau's intentions. And so, again, don't want to sound like I'm taking the coward's way out here, but I can't make a decision on this because it's so involved in intent and so involved in a future that we absolutely cannot predict. But I think this board needs to think much more clearly in the future about how we do approve issues like this, but new subdivisions as well, and what it means for protecting agriculture in Placer County. We are a right-to-farm county, which doesn't mean you're required to farm, but it's something that we really need to consider. And I really struggle with this issue, and I wish I could say yes or no to it, but I just don't see a clear-cut answer on this.
Okay, we'll go to Jack, then Jim.
I'm actually shocked, Jen, that you punted on this one. Wow. Okay. I can make a decision. It's a hard one, but you know, I've looked at this. The reason I asked Marcus the question about how it got into the Williamson Act is because that's important to me as a property owner myself. You know, that is a very, very important right that everyone has, and it's a contract, right? And there is law out there that says what you can and what you can't do. What it comes down to me is the fact that we didn't put this piece of property in the Williamson Act. The landowner did, and for 41 years they stayed in that contract, and things have changed a lot. So for me, my analysis is it's not a complete termination. It's more akin to the modification that Supervisor Euler talked about. It's less than 50% of the total land that was contracted. It's been in the system for 40 plus years. The use is going to be continued on to residential ag, and this is the real stickler here is people talk about a tax break. It's coming out of the Williamson Act, and in order to do that, he's got to pay $156,000. That's not chump change, and that's his property that he put in there. So, you know, that's kind of where I fall on it. I do see that this is a very unique situation. Marcus, don't come to me 2 years from now for these other two properties, because it's not going to happen. I'm just being honest with you, and I'm being honest with all developers that are out there, because you know this I do think is a very special situation, and I'm not inclined to allow folks to opt out. You know, after they've been in for 2 years, that's not. I'm not going to go for that. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. The county's always been reticent to cancel any Williamson Act contracts, and I've had over the past 10 years, I've had several property owners in my office wanting to know if they had the ability to cancel their contract, and that's where the discussion stopped, because looking at the property, it's something that I couldn't support. This I see as a very unique circumstance with the development around it. It gives the ability of the family to continue farming, which is a very hard way of life in this day and age. And so under those considerations, I understand the precedent, but again, it's up to the process. It comes to the board. The final analysis is to come to the board for final determination. And I think if any other proposals of cancellation came forward, I would look at them very, very carefully, as I always have. But since this is a unique circumstance, I'm going to support staff's recommendation.
Kirk, do we going to make a motion, or did you?
Yeah, no, I'd like to do that. But first, I want to make a comment. Would you please roll back the slide, show the, pardon me, the area around? Go so we can see the Shelbourne. Oh, that's. I guess that's good enough. So Sierra Pond Lane, while you're standing there, you want to show where Sierra Pond Lane comes down on the western side. Sierra Pond Lane comes down to the dog kennel. Keep on coming down. Yeah, the dog kennel area right around there. That's the dog kennels right there. Across the street to the east is Hidden Valley. 1970, my family moved to Hidden Valley. My parents still live there. In the 70s, then State Senator H.L. Richardson moved off of Sierra Pond Lane, ran the dog kennel for a while, taught me to shoot right off his back deck right there. Today I'd be blasting into $1 million homes in Shelbourne. In the 80s, as a Boy Scout, Aaron's father, Alan, let Troop 121 come out and hike all over his property and camp out there and work on our merit badges out there and all the rest. And really, not only am I bringing this up to show the way that these things have just kind of changed over the years in the Granite Bay Plan area, even though this parcel map is consistent, actually more than consistent in terms of minimum parcel size with the Granite Bay Community Plan, but really just because I take great exception at the characterization of these folks as quote-unquote developers. I've known the Rickies for over 30 years. Aaron and I were in Scouts together. These are people that have been committed to their community. They've been committed to scouting into the region. They've kids through our local schools and supporting our local schools. And to characterize this as development for profiteering sake is quite frankly just nauseating. And I'm tired of that kind of nonsense. So with that, I will move approval of this request and modification. I'm going to refer to it as a modification, but I guess I should be consistent with the staff report. As the staff report lists it, the adoption of the negative deck. Sorry.
You can refer to the screen as well, Supervisor Euler.
Thank you very much. That helps. I don't need my glasses for that. So adopt the proposed negative deck, including the errata, approve the minor land division, and approve the tentative parcel cancellation, thank you, of the Williamson Act contract subject to the cancellation findings in the staff report.
And does the motion also include the findings that are listed on pages 33 to 30?
In accordance with the staff. Is that the findings that are referenced in bullet 2 in accordance with the findings?
Yes.
That's
yes.
correct.
Then that's what that includes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to adopt staff recommendation as per just discussed. One warning, Kirk, is that in a few years it won't matter if it's on the screen up there or in front of you.
I'll still need my glasses.
You're going to need glasses for both. And so I'm going to take the opportunity to make comments also, though, before we vote on the motion. So first, I really want to, I appreciate the comments, all of the comments made by all my colleagues, because this is one of those ones that for me is, I could easily see it the other way. And I guess one way to describe my feelings is I guess I would prefer to vote against the cancellation, but in this case, I'm going to vote for it. But most importantly, in terms of direction to staff as we go forward, I would always prefer that any time a Williamson Act contract expires, that it's the result of the countdown as compared to the board taking action. In the Tigard issue, I can't remember technically exactly what we resolved, but policy was that they had to permanently protect at least as many acres as I recall as the acres that were leaving the Williamson Act contract, and they may have done that through a countdown anyway, but it didn't matter as related to the totality of the project. But that was before we had legacy set up to the extent that it is. We have yet the conservation plan to finish, but I'm confident we're going to do that, which will give us a lot more tools to pursue these kinds of policy questions. So as we go forward, though, I want Ag Commission and staff and the Planning Commission all to consider the context in which we are considering Williamson Act contributions and their cancellations. I want it to be in the totality of all of our open space policies, which for me are extremely of a high priority. I would echo Supervisor Duran's comments to Marcus about coming back on these other two parcels anytime during my life. So I want us to have a very high threshold to continue these kinds of discussions and debates. But in the totality of where this property is located, the changes that have taken place around it, and the totality of the county's policy with regards to open space and what I think we're about to be implementing in about a year and a half in terms of our conservation plan policy, I'm actually comfortable voting for this exception. So with that, could we have a roll call, please?
Ruler?
Aye.
Duran? Yes. Holmes? Yes. Montgomery?
Abstain?
Wygant?
Yes. Thank you. We'll now go on to our 10 o'clock timed item, which Public Works, Facilities, Transportation, Locust Road Circulation Study. Ken.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. My name is Ken Grimm with the Department of Public Works and Facilities, and we're asking you today to direct staff to perform the environmental review for the closure of Locust Road within the Placer Vineyard specific plan area. And I want to make sure, as a point, we're looking at the two closure option we're asking you to direct us to do today. A little bit of background on where we're at within the county. We are talking about Locust Road, which is located roughly in the very southwest corner of the county. Connects up Sacramento County with Baseline Road. Goes through the Placer Vineyard specific plan area as well as some rural areas, which we call the special plan area within Placer County, as well as some rural homes that are in the Sacramento County area also. This is a blow up of the area so that people can get a little bit better idea of just that area to the far west. And again, here is Locust Road, and it kind of comes down and swirls around within the Vineyard specific plan area. July 16, 2007, the Placer Vineyard specific plan was approved by your board, and at that time you included a condition that there be a study conducted about the possible closure of this road. It was done at the request of particularly the property owners up in what we call the special planning area, which is this whole area up here of rural residential. And your board put that condition on the property owner group. In fact, in addition to that, you said that they would not be able to approve any improvement plans for their project until that study was completed. Then last year, I guess now, January 6th of 2015, your board approved a specific plan amendment for the Placer Vineyard specific plan. And during that public process, there was a discussion and a request to look at a possible second closure on Locust Road. And that was really brought up by a lot of the folks on the Sacramento County side, but there are also some Placer County property owners even down here, but all of the people down here. So we were looking at possible two closures, one here at the northern boundary, and another one somewhere along the southern boundary, not perfectly defined yet, but somewhere in that general area. So it's evolved since 2007. And I think the community's concern on both sides was that existing traffic has already been affecting their quality of life, and they're concerned that it would actually inundate them when the project comes through eventually. The property owners for Placer Vineyards did fund a traffic study under county direction as part of that county-imposed condition. The traffic study looked at traffic flows under 5 conditions, and they looked at the no project condition. They looked at what would be the cumulative condition if there was no Placer Vineyards, and then we looked at what it would look like with and without Placer Vineyards, and then with one closure located along the northern boundary, and then what would it look like traffic flow for 2 closures in that area. For simplicity, we've taken one of those out. The one closure option isn't shown up here, but we show some of the traffic volume differences that would occur or potentially occur under each one of those scenarios. So what we found out is that traffic today and in the future utilizing Locust Road comes from everywhere. This wasn't about Placer Vineyards was going to develop and all of a sudden there'd be a lot of traffic. It's all of the development that's occurring in that western Placer area. People use Locust Road as a cut-through traffic today, and they'll use it more so going into the future. What that meant is when we had the closure options looked at, was that traffic didn't, a lot of times when you close a road, all that traffic moves on to the nearest adjacent roadway. What we found out is because it's coming from everywhere, that people started making all sorts of different decisions. And so there was no one big impact to one roadway. And you can kind of see that here with the bottom two numbers, how some of the new roadways kind of going to the right, maybe starting right in here, where the traffic volumes increased by a couple thousand. And that includes all the way over to Watt Avenue, which is on the far right, where it increased by a proposed 2,000 or 3,000. The single largest increase was on Baseline Road. This one does not show those numbers, but it's about a 5,000 to 6,000 vehicle per day increase. So a very modest increase spread over a very large area. We then took a look at what does that mean in terms of impacts. Are there any significant impacts? In the one closure scenario, there were no significant traffic impacts that were identified. We did not look at the full range of impacts from biological resources or cultural resources. We don't anticipate any there, but we focused this really on the traffic impacts.
That's the north closure.
That was the north closure that your board originally directed us to look at.
Okay.
Then we took a look at the two closure scenario, and that's the numbers that you see here. And what we found out, there were two potentially significant impacts. Although they were not a real large increase, they would trip our threshold policies. One has to do with Dyer Lane, right over here by Watt Avenue, in a section between 11th Street and Watt Avenue, that we'd have an increase of about 800 cars a day on that section of road. That is not a lot of roads when we're talking about 10,000 plus cars on that roadway, but it is an increase, and it does trip our level of service policy. It's about a 2.5% increase in traffic volume. The fix for that could potentially be widening that road from a 4-lane road to a 6-lane roadway. That's something that could be looked at under that option, or your board could choose that with those numbers could even override that and say that, hey, that's not very significant. There is a line of mature trees that could be impacted by going from 4 to 6 lanes. The other impact that was identified was on Dyer Road at Watt Avenue, where there was about a 6 to 7% increase in the traffic flow through that intersection. That does, again, trip. It's not a super large increase, but it does trip our level of service policy. The mitigation for that is simply the addition of a second right turn lane from eastbound Dyer onto southbound Watt. So very fixable in terms of an issue. We've done some public outreach. We've presented these results at 2 MAC meetings, as well as a community meeting that we had actually out on a school on the Sacramento County side off of Elwyn Road. The response was consistently in support of the 2 closure option. The MAC unanimously supports the 2 closure option. The community actually would like to have that closure happen today, both closures to happen today. We have talked with our colleagues in Sacramento County. They support the 2 closure alternative. I believe your board actually received a letter from Supervisor McGlashan of Sacramento County, who also supports individually the 2 closure option. So although staff typically doesn't like talking about closing roads, we're talking about building new roads, having as many options as possible. But I think in this case, the technical analysis shows that it really is feasible to have the closure of Locust Road with few apparent impacts. And for those impacts that there are, they're very mitigatable. So staff can support the pursuit of the closure of the 2 closure option. Providing the full environmental review so that we're looking at all the options. In fact, we came back to your board today without that because we want to focus the effort on the alternative we want to do. So we're, as cost effectively as possible, only studying what needs to be studied. And we think, actually, it can be a very simple, relatively simple process. And so today, we're recommending that you direct us to do the environmental review for the proposed project that would really reflect the following. First off, we focus on the 2 closure option. One of those being on the north boundary of the Placer Vineyard specific plan area that we pointed to earlier, and the second somewhere near the Sacramento County line. There are some different properties on both sides of the line. We'll still have to have a little community discussion on what the exact best location might be. In addition to that, we believe that one of those closures can occur immediately upon approval. The second one, we believe, would occur when Placer Vineyards provides a connecting road to Locust Road. That will create another need. One closure will stop the current through traffic flow that occurs there today. There has been a lot of community discussion and comment about, hey, which closure goes first? Although technically either one of the one closures would provide the same benefit. This really did start with the north closure that was being looked at next to the special planning area. That's probably the one we would suggest go first, although technically either of them would accomplish the same goal. We're also suggesting the original condition did require that the Placer Vineyard property owners pay for the environmental review and what was required if your board decided to move forward with the closure. It has evolved, and so we want you to be able to reiterate that the property owners would still fund the environmental review of this two-closure option, that they'll pay for any of the mitigations that may be required within the specific plan area. But we're saying that the traffic impact fee program, which they participate in, would actually fund the closures themselves. What that would do is separate the property owners from the actual construction of the closure. So if your board approves that, then we can move forward and actually construct the closure with monies we already have. We're also recommending that be pursued as a separate project. This really isn't required because of the Placer Vineyard specific plan. I think some of the numbers you're seeing here really show it's a problem even if Placer Vineyards never happens. And so although we're asking them to participate in the cost, we want to pursue it as a separate project, so it is not connected, and we can focus really just on the closure. And then finally, I think it's really important to note that with closing a road, it definitely enhances the importance of all the other road connections that we have. And in particular, through Placer Vineyards, we have two new road connections going into Sacramento County, Palladay Road and 16th Street. And it's going to make those connections even more important to happen in a timely manner in cooperation with Sacramento County. And with that, happy to answer any questions, and so you can open up to public testimony.
See Jerry's light on, so make sure we're legal. Jack, then Jim, then Jennifer.
Okay, great. Ken, thanks a lot for bringing this forward. I'm really excited at the fact that this is actually coming before the board, because it means that you've got a project that's viable and that we're taking the last steps in order to do certain things to tee it up for success. As you know, the project has been waxing and waning over the last couple of years due to the economy. And over the last couple of years, we've worked very diligently, myself, staff, and the developer group, to make sure that the project, number one, is the project that we like. Number two, that it has the amenities that the community needs, as well as the services that and the funds for those services that the county needs. So I'm very impressed with how this has come off. And I'm a little bit prideful because there's a lot of folks in the community that never thought that we'd ever get this far. So it's a feather in your cap that we're able to move this forward. Couple of twists that we had with regards to this particular issue. I know for whatever reason, there was a little bit of distrust from the folks in the spa area as to how the county was going to approach it. My office, as well as county staff, has done a great job, as well as the developer, working with the folks in the community to address their concerns and let them know that, you know, we're people of our word, and we're going to follow through and try to make this as efficient and effective as possible. I do support the two-closer option. I mean, there's a little bit of politics in that because we've got a border with Sacramento County, so we can't just make a decision and exclude them, which some of my counterparts in the county could probably learn from that. And I think it's important that we really take into consideration everybody's concerns. One of the things that I'm going to request from staff that came out of the discussion on the traffic flows and everything, is that I don't think there's been a whole lot of analysis as to where traffic is coming from Roseville going down Baseline and through these other arterials. So I'd like staff to keep a close eye on whatever projects are coming through and make sure that they comment and that those traffic numbers need to be analyzed whenever a project comes out of the city, because I think it's important for everybody to know where exactly the traffic is going to go. Because I can tell you, folks in District 1 are driving down Baseline Road and they're ending up, if they need to go to Sacramento, they're cutting across, whether it be Watt, whether it be Locust, whether it be Pleasant Grove, to get there. Nothing wrong with that, but we just need to know what the impacts are. And I don't think there's been a thorough enough analysis of that. So that being said, I like what I see. I am in favor of, like you said, the northern closure being installed, as soon as we can. But I also understand that in order to do that, we have to have proper notice. I certainly don't want to, it to be one of these situations where all of a sudden on a Friday or a Monday it pops up, nobody knows about it, and we've got more problems closing it than we don't. But I'm not an expert on that. I'm going to rely on you in order to tee that up so it's successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken, for your presentation. I just have a couple questions. When we give direction today to continue the review for environmental and engineering review, how soon do you think it would come back to us for a final decision?
My hope, it all depends on how many people might comment on the official proposal. Right now, I do believe we have most everybody on board with the proposed project. And if so, it's probably a matter of months to go through an addendum or a supplement to the previous EIR. We're not preparing a new EIR. This is about taking the Placer Vineyards EIR, talking about these changes, look at the traffic and any other, there's this tree line we'll have to look at. So I believe it should be months. It should be springtime when we're coming back, not next year at this time.
Okay. And how can we move faster on closing the northern part of the road?
Closing the road is always a serious thing, and I do recommend that we have the full environmental clearance to be able to do that. Trying to keep it as simple, it's a very deliberative process. I think your board needs to have that environmental review complete before you can approve it. Once you approve it, it can go quickly because it doesn't take much to put a gate up in front of the road. But you do want to make sure it is, what's the word? It is, can be defended if anyone were to ever take exception of the proposal.
Okay, well, I went down there in 2007 and I know exactly the road, and I thought we gave direction back then, but life changed. So anyhow, I'd like to make sure that this moves as quickly as possible through the process.
Understood.
And now Jennifer.
Yeah, the original question I was going to ask has been asked and answered, so thank you. I do want to just suggest that we be really mindful on gates, that we have very clear language what they mean and what they're intended for, given all the time and effort we put to the question at the retreat. So whatever we bring forward for this board to adopt, and I'm a big fan of the 2 closure option myself, let's make sure that it's really, really clear what we intend by that.
And I think that's a good point, and probably just to make sure it's clear here, we're talking about preventing the passing of vehicular traffic. We will allow for the passing of emergency access vehicles, probably through some lock mechanism, as well as pedestrians and bicyclists, so that people in these areas can still enjoy some of the amenities that will eventually come out of the specific plan. So it is about cars.
Yeah, no, and that's my point exactly. That's kind of what we thought the retreat was about, but that became a 4-year discussion, so thank you.
And if I can just add, this is something that the county's doing as opposed to what somebody else is doing. So I think there's a distinction of what the requirement is, and I have every confidence that Ken can figure out what the appropriate signage and is to do. So.
Yeah, with all due respect, those were our conditions of approval on both those developments. So I just want to be mindful we don't have another board here 10 years from now going, that Locust Road gate closure, man, nobody knew what they meant. So.
Jim, do you?
Oh, I'm done, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you, Ken. This is a noticed public hearing, so we'll now open it up to the public to make any comments you choose. Just state your name for the record, please. Please come forward if you would like to make public comment. In fact, you can cue yourself to get up here to make it as efficient as possible. Would appreciate it. Thank you.
My name is Bruce Greco. I'm a resident of the Placer County neighborhood that is north of the north closure location. I want to thank Ken and staff for working with us and for their support in both closures. Can you put up the list of proposed, the text? Exactly. This is brand new, the first time that we've been shown this. So I'm very excited to see that it's listed that the north closure could be installed immediately after the environmental clearance. That was the last issue that my neighborhood had in regard to all this, was that, you know, my neighborhood has been working on this issue since 2006. And we're fine with the south closure. We support the south closure. But the south closure people just became involved last year. And so my neighborhood sees, you know, the achievement of a closure as the Holy Grail. It's a wonderful reward, and so we think that that reward should be granted to my neighborhood first, that we would see the construction of the first closure occur at the base of my neighborhood, which is the north closure location. As we worked really hard in 2006 when we realized what the scale of the Placer Vineyards development was, and that there were additional huge developments planned for north of Baseline Road. And ours is a neighborhood where I look out my window and on pretty much a daily basis I see people riding horses up Locust Road. Our neighbors have goats, we have chickens, we have tractors, we have food gardens, and like Ken said, with these developments, our neighborhood streets would be utilized basically to maximum capacity before additional streets would be constructed to serve as each project developed. So yeah, this is perfect. I'm happy with it, and I hope you'll fully endorse that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Kelly Welty, and I am just south of the Placer-Sacramento County line. And I do want to say thank you to the Transportation Department for their studies that they've done, and thank you to you as well as Mr. Bruce Greco, because I know that, and actually he doesn't know this, but I was his neighbor for a few years on Locust Road. And so I've been on both sides of the county. And I support the north closure going in as soon as possible. However, I ask that we can expedite it so that the south closure can happen as soon as possible as well, so that, because my fear is that it will be used for construction, and we don't want that, because just like the people at North Locust, we also have horses being ridden on our road. We have a cattle ranch. We have a organic farm, and so this is just, I cannot tell you how excited I am, and I hope that you'll approve this double closure for both the north and south so that we can enjoy our lifestyle and that we won't be impacted by the traffic incoming. So I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ed Smith. I'm going to thank Ken. He's put up with us for a while,
And Duran, you clean up nicely. Usually he's coming from the gym in the evening. We also, myself, as well as all the neighbors on our locust, we are not Placer County, we're Sacramento County. But we support the double closure. And in very similar to the first gentleman that spoke, I support the southern closure. Okay, and I support that one first for all of the reasons being that if you close off one side of that and then you start your construction, there's going to be a certain amount of time you need to get equipment, people, vehicles. Okay, we don't want to be that. I haven't worked on it since 2007. Don't really care. We don't really want to be a part of that. I think the double closure is best. You know, I'm sure Cal will be up next. You know, he's 60 acres, cattle farmer, horses, goats, chickens, pigs, you name it. We all have them. We're just really hoping that you guys will vote to do the double closure, and that it's something that happens soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I am Cal Carmichael. I'm Cal Carmichael. I have the cattle ranch on the Sacramento side. We're close to the Placer, but I just wanted to let you know. I guess the studies show there's so much traffic. It's unsafe. You know, these closures will be a great thing. I mean, both of them should be done. It's just not safe anymore. I think people from Roseville. There's so much traffic between the morning and the afternoon. I have trucks coming in and out of my business, and it's just they have to pull over and wait for the traffic to die down. So I believe this is really important. We close both sides. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come before the board? With that, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for we need to give direction to staff. Been moved and seconded to adopt the proposed project recommendations, and I think bring it back as quickly as possible. And with that, all those in favor, say aye. 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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks again. Okay, so now we're back at department items, and we have our quality of life ordinance update led by Joel. Oh, there he is.
Good morning, Chairman, members of your board. Joel Joyce with the County Executive Office. I'm joined by Brett Holt from County Council. As a follow-up from our November 17th discussion, staff is recommending introduction of 3 ordinances for your board's approval today. They are adding Article 9.14 and Sections 9.14.010 to 9.14.110 to the Placer County Code regarding spray paint and graffiti prohibition. Introduction of an ordinance adding Article 9.38 and Sections 9.38.010 to 9.38070 to the Placer County Code regarding aggressive panhandling. And introduction of an ordinance adding Article 9.40 and Sections 9.40.10 to 9.40.040 to the Placer County Code regarding urinating and defecating in public places. Since November 17th, staff has continued to receive complaints about quality of life issues within the county. Staff previously brought forward 5 different groups of the quality of life issues shown here on the slide. Upon farther analysis, littering and dumping is already included in our county code in 2 different sections. Article 8.16 of the Health and Sanitation and Article 12.20 of the Roads, Highways, and Public Places Code. In regards to the open container, staff plans to bring back an open container ordinance very soon, as this ordinance is more convoluted to current state law regulating open containers in certain times and places within Placer County. That leaves the 3 ordinances before your board today. Once again, these are spray paint and graffiti prohibition, aggressive panhandling, and public urination and defecation. With all 3 of these ordinances, staff worked hard to address the concerns of businesses and residents, along with balancing the rights of individuals in regards to free speech and equal protection clauses in the U.S. Constitution. These ordinances are intended to be used as another tool for law enforcement to protect individuals, businesses, and communities from potentially dangerous or harmful situations or unsanitary conditions. While somewhat repetitive as state law, once again, law enforcement can use these be as judicious as possible on a case-by-case basis, as state law requires the penalties for these infractions to be a misdemeanor and, in some cases, a felony. The following table compares the current state penal code with 2 jurisdictions in the regions, the County of Sacramento and the City of Roseville, as well as the potential spray paint and graffiti prohibition ordinances before you today. The proposed ordinance would find that graffiti on public and private buildings, structures, and on personal property creates a condition of blight within the county and is inconsistent with the county's goals of maintaining property and preventing crime. While state law classifies graffiti as a form of vandalism and can be considered a felony, it gives cities and counties the authority to adopt laws they deem appropriate to address the problem within their own jurisdiction. The recommendations set forth today also aim to make youth accountable for their graffiti activity. The proposed ordinance includes a prohibition against sales of graffiti implements to minors and abatement procedures for graffiti vandalized property. It classifies graffiti as a public nuisance. It sets procedures for, for graffiti vandalized property, and sets up administrative and civil remedies and penalties against persons for applying graffiti. The penalties include citations, civil penalties, and treble damages. The ordinance does provide for remedies in the case where a property owner could be double victimized, but also in that regards to the graffitis on their property, but they are also responsible for their cleanup. They can go through a civil administrative procedure for appealing. This ordinance also allows your board to set an administrative cost above and beyond the cost of removal. In regards to aggressive panhandling, although panhandling and begging has been found to be constitutionally protected under the First and 14th Amendments, many courts have determined that local ordinances on aggressive panhandling are within constitutional protections because they regulate non-expressive conduct. Courts have upheld the ordinance that put limitations on certain acts of solicitation or panhandling where the regulations are narrowly tailored to address problems so long as the ordinance does not ban all opportunities for solicitation. Courts have also struck down a number of panhandling ordinances that attempted to regulate what the court deemed was protected free speech. The proposed ordinance before you today adopts reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions to avoid the negative effects of solicitation while not unreasonably restricting the expressive activity of people. The restrictions contained in the attached ordinance are neither overbroad nor vague or narrowly tailored to serve the public interest. The goal of this ordinance is to protect Placer County residents, visitors, solicitors from traffic safety problems along with intrusive conduct and personal intimidation. The proposed ordinance prohibits people from behaving or acting in a way that would cause a reasonable person to fear bodily harm to themselves or others, or to damage or loss of property, or otherwise be intimidated into donating money. These behaviors include touching another individual, following them, or using violent gestures. Additionally, the proposed ordinance prohibits from soliciting in the following locations where, based on unique circumstances, the person being solicited would reasonably feel vulnerable to a crime. They are, in other words, a captive audience. These locations include banks, ATMs, within motor vehicles, within 200 feet of an intersection, median strips, driveways of shopping centers, retails, and business establishments, public transportation, as well as nighttime. For public urination and defecation, it's fairly straightforward and becomes a public health, welfare, and sanitation issue. The proposed ordinance before you today makes it illegal for any person on any street, sidewalk, alley, park, public property, private parking lot, or any place open to the public, or in a place exposed to public view, to urinate or defecate unless it is done in proper restroom facilities. With that, I'd like to take any questions you may have.
Any questions from board members? See none at this time, Joel. Thank you.
I've got one.
Nope. I apologize. There is one.
First of all, I really want to say thank you, Joel, for bringing this forward. I know it's been a little bit of a challenge, but speaking for myself, I know that we were all in agreement that we wanted to make sure we brought something forward that was entirely defensible, and that our partners in law enforcement would support. And so thank you for all your efforts in that. A couple of questions have come up since this was published last Wednesday, and I think they're just questions that are worth asking. I don't necessarily have particular positions on this, but I think they're good questions to ask and at least answer. This morning at Medler's, the question came up about, on the graffiti one, what if the county's Arts Council were to sponsor an art project that had graffiti? Would there be implications from this ordinance for that? I think that's a lawyer question.
Yeah, Brett Holt, Deputy County Counsel. No, that wouldn't be implicated by this particular ordinance.
Okay, great, because there are some wonderful examples, frankly, of graffiti that has been done in sanctioned fashions under arts programs, and I would want to make sure that this did not preclude that. I think that's it for now, just that one question.
See no other questions at this time. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this item? If so, please step forward and state your name.
Gary Mappa. A couple typos I recognize within the ordinance, probably not a big deal, but just typos. One was regarding the word city, where it should have been county in two different places.
And Gary, I've passed all your identified corrections along.
Okay, I just wanted to bring it up so that we know that we're taken care of. Let me get to my color-coded copies. Just a couple questions. First of all, I'm in favor, and I appreciate what the county's doing. I think what we're doing is very, very necessary, and it's one of the components that we need to take care of because we do have issues that have created some issues. Regarding 9.38.020 definition, item C, the last part of the sentence, after regular banking hours, I don't know if that should be totally stricken because you make reference to the time in a different section of the ordinance. Under H, I'm a little confused, the last part of the sentence, without offering a clearly identifiable good or service and return. My concern about that would be any panhandler, transit, or somebody asking for something to provide a service. He could give a lip service, he could just give a smile, he could give something so simple that it could be considered a service. And I don't know if that's something that County Council should look at. And then the last item would be the aggressive panhandler ordinance. I recognize that it's necessary, but in the future, I would like the board or council to consider whether or not there should be some type of additional ordinance added to it, if it's constitutional or doesn't create any kind of legal problem. That one of the problems we have is people are just too generous, and they care without thinking. They give money, they give donations, they do things that, they just have this want to help feeling, but it creates, in my mind, more problems than it does solve problems. So at some point in time in the future, maybe after we've implemented the ordinance, if we see people are still generous to the point where it's not helping, that we have some type of maybe a misdemeanor as you would for John and prostitution, that it could be a misdemeanor to give money to the homeless, and you could probably limit it from a vehicle if you're worried about anything else.
Thanks. See if we can get you some answers, Gary. Do you guys have a response, particularly the first two questions?
Yes, if I could respond to the very last point that you made. It's a different form of speech. There isn't a substantial government interest. Of course, it's a policy question, and some agencies have determined and provided ordinances saying it's a violation of the ordinance to give money out of a vehicle because it brings up the issue of time, place, and manner. But it's a different form of speech. If there is a problem, I mean, this particular ordinance is addressing the feelings of harassment and intimidation that people feel when they are being approached outside of an ATM. Those feelings, at least I haven't seen public comment on that, those types of feelings don't exist when someone wants to voluntarily give money to someone else. So it would entail a different analysis. Giving money to individuals is a form of free speech, so there would have to be a substantial government interest in limiting someone actually performing an act of charity.
Thank you.
Brett, if we could get to the first two issues that Gary raised, Section 9.38.020, item C, that full text is automated teller machine facility means the area comprised of one or more automated teller machines and any adjacent space that is made available to banking customers after regular banking hours. We all use ATMs during regular banking hours. Is there any substantive change to the proposed language if we take the after regular banking hours language out of there?
When I examined that particular comment after regular banking hours, I came to the conclusion that there was no difference between having after regular banking hours versus 24 hours. I think that was the proposed suggestion. And so it's from a substantive view, it looked as if it was the exact same thing.
So that would not then restrict implementation of this ordinance if the board adopts it to after regular banking hours?
Correct.
Okay, good. I think that was Gary's concern. And then his second concern that he raised was same code section H, panhandle, solicit, ask, or beg means to make a request in person seeking an immediate donation of money or other item of monetary value from another person, regardless of the panhandler's purpose or intended use of the money or other thing of monetary value, without offering a clearly identifiable good or service in return. I think it was that last phrase, without offering a clearly identifiable good or service in return. Is there different language which would get to the same effect, such as maybe tangible instead of identifiable?
I would advise that we stick with the language that's in the ordinance because this language has been litigated previously, and this is the language that the court has specifically used.
Upheld.
Yeah, that's what they've upheld.
Excellent, because we want to make sure that whatever we adopt can be upheld. Thank you.
Jack.
Oh, yeah, couple of comments here. And I think I've made these comments before. And the first comment is that if anybody thinks that these ordinances are going to address and solve the problem of homelessness, I'll tell you right now, they're not, right? It's just not going to happen. And the discussion about, this language here and this language there, and I want this and I want that, that's the reason why, okay, that it's not going to address it. While they may be constitutional, if you really want to address the homelessness issue, you have to have ordinances that drive the homeless to therapy, to alcohol programs, to these other kinds of things. And I don't see any of that in this. So I'm going to go through these one by one. The first one, I haven't heard the graffiti issue. I haven't heard any homeless being graffiti artists. Have we?
I believe we've had no one's mentioned.
And it's my understanding that this is more relegated to Tahoe than it is down here in Auburn.
This is not an issue relating at all to homelessness. This is
Okay.
a question of graffiti.
I just want to clarify that. I'm fine with the statute. I'm okay with that. I think the second one, the aggressive panhandling, I would agree that that is something that we need to implement, and I think that's a safety. I think that's really a public safety issue here. I think that would, out of all of these, I think this is the most important, but it's also the most troublesome because you have that mens rea component of trying to figure out whether or not that that person that is asking for money or panhandling, what his mind is, what is aggression. And I think that's where the DA is going to have a lot of trouble trying to establish that mens rea component in trying to prosecute someone on this. So, and that leads to another issue with regards to how are these going to be addressed? Are we going to throw these types of cases and we're going to require a public defender and a full DA and court time to deal with this? Or are we going to do some other type of administrative process in order to deal with these kinds of situations? Because I'll tell you right now, the courts and the prosecutors are going to go crazy, prosecuting panhandling issues when they've got murder trials and they've got felonies and they've got other kinds of things that are going on. All right. From a practical standpoint, I think, like I said, again, I think this is the most important one, but it has equal amount of trips and roadblocks that could end up being very costly to the county, and at the same time have very little reward at the end of it. But I'm willing to go on that one. On the public urination, defecation, I'm okay again with Section 370 of the public nuisance to address that. Or wait a minute, I apologize. I'm not, because I think that's a little bit more ambiguous than the clarifying language of the potential for Placer County. Again, my comments are basically on application and the ability to implement these and to hold people accountable and to change behavior. It hasn't been proven that while these things are window dressing and they're great, to talk about, I did this and, I went along with it. If you really want to address the homelessness issue, you really have to tie it to programs and services. But if this is what the board wants to do and the people in the neighborhood think that this is a component of that, then you know what? With regard to aggressive panhandling, I can agree to that. I also think that if you really want to put a feather in your cap, you put an extra FTE in North Auburn to address this issue and get rid of these, quality of life issues. I'm still waiting for the plan to come back from Sheriff's Office and probation and Health and Human Services on how we implement that for the area. But again, like I said, if anybody thinks that these are going to be the panacea for the homelessness issues and everything that comes with it, it's not going to happen. All right. So.
And I absolutely agree that this is not a panacea. It does have to be part of a larger conversation about a continuum of services and approaches to addressing these issues. I think we all as a board recognize that. We've talked about Health and Human Services. What is their role in this? Part of the conversation that I've raised on occasion is, what obligation do we have as a county, for example, to put a bathroom in our little public park behind the Big Five sporting goods? I mean, if we're going to open a park, shouldn't there be a bathroom in it? So I think your questions and your concerns that you raise are absolutely valid. I also think that, how we can enhance law enforcement response is also critically important, and I think that we'll be having these conversations as part of our discussions. I think at our Tahoe board meeting on what do we identify as being important for the coming year. So I don't disagree at all with what you've had to say. This is purely just a piece of a much larger and more comprehensive conversation that we need to have as a board and frankly as a community.
And I appreciate that because when it comes to the dollars that we spend on law enforcement, when it comes between choosing about what I'd like to have law enforcement actually doing, it's not chasing people that are pooping. It's not, graffiti. It's none of that stuff. It's a component of it, but I think our dollars are better spent in other areas, and that's why we have to ferret out how we're going to apply this. Because I certainly don't want to waste valuable court time, judge time, and prosecutor time on these types of issues. So,
Jim?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with you, Supervisor Tran. That's been my concern. The Sheriff's Department does a great job patrolling North Auburn, where most of this issue is happening. But I've also noticed, since I live there and shop there, the bank at the Wells Fargo Bank at Bell Road and 49 has a security officer now. Bel Air Market has a security officer in their market from 10 to 7. Kmart has a security officer. This problem has caused our businesses to have to hire more people, contract with security, and I'm concerned that we have to hire more deputies to monitor and regulate this. And in the end, with our jails being a lot of people being released, I don't see the benefit of arresting someone for public urination. How are we going to do that? What do we have to do? Wait, call the cops, tell them, hey, there's a guy peeing over here. We have to wait to identify him, and when they arrest him, what do they do with him? They take him to jail and book him? So he's out on the street the next... So it's fraught with all kinds of issues, but it's a step in giving this community a sense of comfort. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. See no other comments? What's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval of the quality of life ordinances as presented.
Been moved and seconded to approve the quality of life ordinances as...
I would just like to include with that, I understood that there was a deletion of, in section 9.38.020 of the aggressive panhandling, to delete after regular banking hours.
No, we agreed that did not change the intent.
Okay.
I think that my one correction would be with the changes as identified by Gary relating to cities and counties and some of that other non-substantive language.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next department item is medical marijuana ordinance. And Becky, I think, are you going to kick that off?
Good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board, Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office. I'm joined this morning at this table by Brett Holt from the County Counsel's Office. Today's item is in follow-up to the December 8th, 2015 meeting, wherein your board directed staff to develop an ordinance asserting local control in the regulation and licensing of commercial medical marijuana. As your board will recall, on October 9th, 2015, the governor signed into law the California Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, 3 bills that together regulate the aspects of commercial medical marijuana in California. This new law became operative January 1st of this year. However, most of the new state standards will not take effect until January 1st of 2018. While MRSA allows for local control, the legislation currently identifies a March 1st, 2016 deadline for asserting local authority. Otherwise, the state assumes full regulatory control. However, on its first day back in session, the legislature has already begun working on amending these bills, including review and possible removal of this date. Staff still recommends moving forward with your board's previous direction, and accordingly, today, staff is requesting your board approve introduction of an ordinance adding Article 810, Sections 1 through 12, to the Health and Safety Code, asserting Placer County's right to administer a conditional use permit program regulating commercial medical marijuana. Per government code, this ordinance will become effective 30 days after its second reading in 2 weeks, which will ensure the county is best positioned regardless of future action by the state on the March 1st deadline. This initial placeholder ordinance states a number of things. First, that the county will adopt the same licensing structure identified by the state to simplify the dual state-local licensing requirement. It also authorizes the agricultural commissioner to administer the conditional use permit program and to have full authority for the issuance, renewal, revocation, or reinstatement of any commercial license or permit. And it also clarifies that no person will be allowed to participate in the business of commercial medical marijuana unless they fully comply with the requirements and provisions of this code section and all state and local laws and with all other permitting requirements associated with land, water, and pesticide use. As we move forward with developing the comprehensive ordinance, community outreach efforts will begin with convening 3 town hall-style meetings in February in the South Placer, Auburn, and Tahoe regions, and at MAC meetings as requested. Through a panel presentation, staff from the County Executive Office, Ag Commissioner, Community Development Resources Agency, and County Council will provide education and background on medical marijuana legislation and associated issues. We are also working with the Public Information Office to develop a county website that will include background information on our progress, along with the opportunity for input and feedback on how best to regulate these activities in Placer County. From this community input, staff will develop final recommendations for a comprehensive regulatory framework to work in conjunction with state licensing established under MRSA, addressing issues such as setbacks and fencing requirements, zoning, partial size allowances, buffer zones from other entities such as schools. It will also address enforcement and oversight approaches, including inspections and demands for correction for licensed entities, civil enforcement tools such as assignment and collection of fines, suspensions and license revocations for entities that fail to meet these standards. A clear and comprehensive regulatory framework around medical marijuana will help ensure that the regulated market does not act as a cover for illegal activity. It will also help support public safety and the ability to apply appropriate criminal penalties for individuals who cultivate on public land, who engage in large-scale trafficking, sell to youth, or engage in other criminal activity. The RAND Drug Policy Research Center recommends identifying broad goals when contemplating medical marijuana policy so that policy options can be evaluated in relation to achieving desired outcomes. Staff has developed the following policy goals to guide efforts in developing these recommendations, including promoting public health and safety, reducing the size of the illicit market for cultivation and retail sale, preventing non-medical access and use by youth, reducing environmental harm to water, habitat, and wildlife, providing clear criteria for responsible businesses and patients who wish to operate within the law, developing a fair system of regulation and taxation that supports public purposes, and providing flexibility and authority for modification or adoption of additional measures into the regulatory process to ensure effective implementation. Finally, staff will work with departments who will have a significant role in regulation to identify the resources necessary for enforcement and education associated with the new structure, along with recommendations for a funding mechanism to defray these costs and to minimize the burden to taxpayers and those not involved in the commercial industry. We will return with that information as part of future board discussions. So that concludes our staff report, and unless your board has any questions or further guidance for us, staff requests your board approve introduction of an ordinance, waiving the first verbal reading, adding Article 8.10, Sections 1 through 12 to the Health and Safety Code, asserting Placer County's right to administer a conditional use permit program, regulating commercial medical marijuana.
Questions of colleagues at this point? See none. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Rich Miller, thank you for your time today. I'm here as a resident as well as a director of several organizations. I'd like to disclose that information. I'm a director of California Growers Associations, Americans for Safe Access, NORMAL, Health Educational Legal Patients' Rights, and American Alliance for Medical Cannabis. I want to thank the board for taking the time to initiate this ordinance, as well as the staff for all their hard work in implementing this. I have spoke before you on several occasions and met in your offices over the years, and I'm very happy to see that you're progressing forward and protecting the patients' rights of the state. By the passing of MRSA last year and the fact that you are taking this approach is not only protecting patients' rights to access, but it is also a partnership between the community, the industry, the patients, and the county. It also creates jobs. It creates a business tax, fees, and structure, and encourages economic stimulus in this county, which it's most necessary. It also creates safe communities. It creates a transparency to control and regulate businesses, which is much necessary for this industry. It removes bad actors and removes the black market possibilities. It also helps in reduction of vacant real estate throughout the communities to help industry relocate into this community, people that live in this community that are forced to go out into other communities and do their work or their cultivation, thereby passing that money on to another community instead of the community in which they live in. It's a win-win for all the communities in Placer County, as well as it is a very important structure to implement a program in this community where agricultural is very significant throughout the state. We produce a lot of vegetables and other food supplies that make it throughout the state, and medical cannabis should be no different than any other industry. I thank you for your time. I look for your support in this measure, and thank you for all your hard work. I am available to answer any questions, as well as I am available to come back and talk to you individually as a group, as well as help out in the community outreach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address this issue?
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Kimberly Cargile. I sit on the board of the Sacramento chapter of Americans for Safe Access, the Sacramento chapter of the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, the Legislative Advisory Committee for the California Cannabis Industry Association, and the California Growers Association. I'm also the director of a therapeutic alternative, a City of Sacramento regulated and permitted dispensary that's been used as a model to write the regulations for the state of California. On behalf of thousands of your constituents who are patients here in Placer County, I would like to thank you for opening your hearts and opening your minds to consider regulating medical cannabis. By providing quality assured safe access to your constituents by means of regulations, it will provide the community at large with the assurance that zoning restrictions, setbacks, and security measures will be enforced. We are looking forward to seeing how the tax revenue is used for the benefit of all of your citizens. I would like to extend once again my invitation to a fully transparent and open tour of a therapeutic alternative where you're able to ask me any questions regarding anything, and I am also available at any time to answer any questions or concerns on this regulation process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, thank you for speaking with us, and I just wanted to thank you. I'm Dr. Fry, and I'm just here as an advocate for all the patients who are suffering and who need safe and affordable access to marijuana. Through the regulations, we will make this a legal and effective way to meet the needs of both the community at large and the patients particularly. Thank you.
Seeing no one else, what's the pleasure of the board? Oh, I'm sorry. Please come forward. State your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Dirk Bretthauer. I'm a resident of Placer County for 14 years. My family and I have, lived here, some of them less than 14 years. 2 of my kids were born over at Sutter. So we're well vested in the community. I have kids in Rockland Elementary, middle schools, and high schools. I'm a 28-year international pilot, retired, who came home because I felt that spending time with my children was more important than being on the road. I became involved in the cannabis industry, and I thoroughly believe in the medical benefits of cannabis. Currently, I'm part owner of an edibles company called Heavenly Sweet Medibles. We are currently based in Sacramento because we do not have ordinance in place here in Placer County that will accommodate our form of business. I'm hoping that the new ordinance will include provisions for us to operate in Placer because we'd like to move our company here. Let's see what else. We believe in regulating, taxing, and controlling, and doing things by the book. We want to see uniformity in the production of medical edibles as soon as possible. Right now, we don't have anything in place. What we are doing at Heavenly Sweet, though, we operate out of a certified kitchen, commercial kitchen. All the staff is ServSafe certified, and all of the medicine material that we use is lab tested by Sequoia locally. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to express my opinions, and thank you for what you're doing with the new ordinance. And if there's anything that we can do at Heavenly Sweet to help educate you on edibles and express our concerns, we'd love to sit down with you collectively or individually. Again, Dirk Bretthauer. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I?
Sure.
Yes.
As a business owner, I mean, part of this, moving into this direction, is going to need your input on how we appropriately do that to best benefit those folks that are going to locate their businesses. So I would encourage you to discuss these things with Becky Riggin. She's kind of the point person for us.
Okay.
Because that's going to be real important how these things roll out and when it does roll out. So, okay.
Thank you. I'd love to.
Is there anyone else? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I had one clarifying question. We received an email dated the 5th of January, dated the 1st of January. We received it the 5th, regarding the term crop production and our existing ordinance. Can we just address that email and get a clarification on that nuance of this discussion? Everyone's deferring to everyone else. Oh boy, hot potato.
So our current zoning ordinance, Chapter 17, which is our land use ordinance, of course, has, I believe, 3 different definitions. One deals with crop production, one deals with agricultural processing, and then there's another definition or provision dealing with dispensaries. And I'm familiar with the email you're referring to. Those all prohibit or exclude cannabis from our typical agricultural land use rules at this point. This ordinance today is kind of a separate thing in our Chapter 8 of our county code rather than Chapter 17. And hopefully George can correct me if I start straying too much, but we're not addressing Chapter 17 today, just Chapter 8 with some new stuff. As the comprehensive ordinance is developed, that will all very much be addressed. We're very aware of that.
We would have to, if not overturn, at least alter the
Modify
language in Chapter 17. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. What is the board's pleasure? Jack?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and talk about this. You know, as I said at the original hearing that we had, it appears that we're kind of put in a very interesting situation where counties and even the state has taken a step in a direction that if you would have asked me 10 years ago or 14 years ago when I was working at the Department of Justice, I would have said it's not going to happen. But it looks like it has happened with the governor signing these bills in October. So for me, this is a opportunity to maintain our land use authority, which is very important to any jurisdiction. I don't want to have the state telling us what to do. You know, we've had folks in here talking about the state and what they do and what they don't do. So I believe that, number one, that we need to make our own decisions for Placer County residents. Second thing, I want to make sure that everybody understands that the DA's words are not lost in my analysis and evaluation of how we move forward with this. We have, I have 2 kids in school. I know that there are patients out there, and some of those patients may not be actually legitimate. And I think there's opportunities everywhere. In any industry, you're going to have players that aren't there for the right reasons. But that's in any industry, fashion, liquor, you name it. And I think that by regulating and getting on ahead of the curve is the best option. As reluctant as I am to do that, I see that as really the only option at this point to do that. So I'll go ahead and make the motion for that. So
I'll second. It's been moved and seconded to proceed with the introduction of an ordinance as per staff recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is an update on our library consolidation. Andy.
Just going to try to blast right through and finish up.
Yeah. Okay. I might take a quick break, but we'll see.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Andy Heath with the County Executive Office. This item is provided as an update and a follow-up to the December 8th board item regarding library services consolidation. I can wait.
Thanks. Sorry, Andy.
I can wait. As your board may recall, on December 8th, staff recommended closure of the Meadow Vista and Loomis branches as a means to concentrate resources and stabilize operations where patron use in the library system for Placer County is the highest. This recommendation was made subsequent to your board hearing a Challenges and Choices workshop in May 2015, where the library system sustainability was presented as a challenge for the county moving into the 15-16 budget year. And then subsequent to that, in with the proposed budget and ultimately the final budget for fiscal year 2015-16, closure of the Meadow Vista and Loomis branches was anticipated in December 2015, and thus 6 months worth of funding was provided for those branches. During the Challenges and Choices item, your board may also recall that your board directed that the advocates for the Loomis and Meadow Vista branches who spoke during public comment were actually given 6 months to come back to your board with an alternative to closure as a means to prevent them closing in the future. The Loomis Ad Hoc Committee on the December 8th item about a month ago proposed as an alternative to closure, working with the town of Loomis to look at a potential ballot measure for a general transactional use tax to be placed on the June primary ballot as a means to fund library services moving into the future. As a result of the December 8th discussion, your board directed staff to come back with any proposed budget revisions that staff may come up with to keep the Loomis branches and the Meadow Vista branches open through the end of the fiscal year. And then furthermore, work with the town of Loomis to see where we can get with keeping the library viable for them. At this point in time, prior to bringing back a budget revision, staff is requesting that that the CEO's office work with the library department to go back and look at the budget actuals, where they're sitting right now, and furthermore, what it's going to take to run the library's system through the end of the year to determine exactly what type of budget revision for existing operations will be necessary, and then also keeping the Meadow Vista and Loomis branches open through the end of the fiscal year. Furthermore, we want to work with the library department to look at exactly what it's going to take to continue to implement, as we are doing in fiscal year 15-16, facets of the strategic plan, which look to reverse erosion, modernize operations, and build capacity for the future in the library system as a whole, and the funding requirements necessary for that. Taking both of those things into consideration, coming back to your board sometime in February with a budget revision that incorporates all of that, in addition to the funding that may be required for the Loomis and Meadow Vista branches through the end of the year. Just like to mention also that the county executive and I last week did meet with Rick Angelosi, who is the town manager for the town of Loomis, to look at options that may be out there for the town of Loomis to maintain their own library moving into the future. We had a conversation regarding the ballot measure, and it's my understanding that on January 12th, the town council will be considering placement of a ballot measure on the June primary ballot, the language for which I believe has to be to our elections office by February 3rd. So coming back to your board in February, we'll have a lot more information. We'll have information about the budget as a whole, where we're actually going to be through the end of the fiscal year, and we'll have some certainty on whether or not the ballot measure A will go on for the town of Loomis or whether it won't, and then ultimately working with the town of Loomis to the extent the ballot measure is placed on the ballot, what the county may be able to do with them in terms of working with them to sustain their library as a town library. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that your board may have.
Thanks, Andy. Any questions? I don't see any. Any questions from the public? I see none either. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Next item, Public Works, Environmental Engineering Annexation Intention to set a public hearing regarding Riolo Vineyards. And Kevin?
Nope. Change up a little here. Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. I'm Andy Darrow, Senior Civil Engineer with Public Works and Facilities. I'm here to request that your board adopt a resolution of intention to set the time and date to hold a public hearing to consider the annexation of parcel number 023-221-006 into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone 173, Dry Creek. And this is for the purpose of providing sewer service to this parcel. The property is located on PFE Road, west of Valergo Road, near Roseville. HBT of Riolo Vineyards LLC is requesting the annexation of this 30.36 acre parcel in order to provide sewer service to the proposed 107 lot development out there. A public hearing is required in order to annex the property into the county service area. In order to move forward, I request that your board adopt this resolution of intention. The public hearing must occur at least 3 weeks after the date of adoption of this resolution. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? I see none. Any questions from the public? It's the pleasure of the board. I did ask if there was any public comment. Yeah. So it's been moved and seconded to adopt a resolution of intention to set a time and date to hold a public hearing regarding annexation of Riolo Vineyards as discussed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have an item regarding the Sheriff, Board of State Community Corrections, the Edward Bryant Memorial Justice Assistance Grant.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board, Mark Jackman, Placer County Sheriff's Office. I'm joined this afternoon by Lieutenant Troy Sander and as well as Twyla Abramson, the Director of Children's System of Care at HHS. The item before you today will revisit last February 2015, we were in front of you requesting first-year funding for the JAG TIR grant, a community partnership with Placer County Health and Human Services, the Sheriff's Office, District Attorney's Office, to utilize the JAG funding to provide drug-related substance abuse, mental health, trauma response, and law enforcement services to the community. We're in front of you today requesting second-year funding to be approved. Same program, moving forward, $672,000, second year of a 3-year grant. And with that, I'll open it up to questions for Lieutenant Sander or Ms. Abramson.
Jim.
Yes, Dr. Abramson. How does the Health and Human Service benefit from this grant?
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, what we have done is in partnership with the Sheriff's Department, and we have subcontracted with EMQ Family Services, and they are providing a family mobile crisis unit. And what that is if there's an identified family that is going out from dispatch is notified, they notify our Family and Children's Services, and if we determine that it's not a child welfare issue that is going on, we are able to dispatch then the EMQ team out to respond to the crisis. We further also, in order to be culturally competent throughout this particular grant, also have the Sierra Native Alliance and the Latino Leadership Council as well, who can then, once the crisis is just a little bit mitigated, can come out as well. If there is a family of either Latino or Native heritage that would like to be hooked up to some more culturally supportive services. So what we're trying to do is obviously mitigate a crisis to prevent any hospitalizations. We're also trying to then provide some case management services and referral services to culturally supported services for our two subpopulations and, of course, the general public as well.
Is there a certain amount that's appropriated to the Health and Human Services from this grant, or is it as needed?
No, actually, there is a particular amount that has been appropriated to us from the Sheriff's Department.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Supervisor Holmes, I do have the breakdown of the funding of the grant if you would like to know the splits. There's approximately 50-50 split between the Sheriff's Office and on the HHS side to partner with community partnerships. The direct services, Latino Leadership Council, this year is budgeted to get $95,480. Sierra Native Alliance, $116,150. The Family Crisis Mobile Response Team, $131,745.
Okay, pleasure of the board. Second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we have Treasurer Tax Collector Post-Retirement Employment Resolution regarding Kathy Scott. Janine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Janine Windishausen, Treasurer Tax Collector. You have before you a resolution authorizing the Treasurer Tax Collector to offer post-retirement employment to Kathy Scott and waiving the 180-day waiting period required by CalPERS. CalPERS does allow exceptions, and one exception is if the board, by resolution, gives the authorization and not on the consent agenda. With that, I'd like to ask your authorization. Kathy has performed technical duties. Her formal notice the timing with her formal notice was such that we were not able to do some of the training that we'd like to do, and that's the purpose of this hire.
Are there, Jack?
Yeah, this has been fully vetted through legal. I mean, there's a lot of double dipping, quote unquote, going around here as of late. This is all cool with
yes,
with
yeah,
legal?
yeah. Pursuant to the circular identified in your board memo there, 2000-002-14, and that is the requirement that the board take it up as an action item by resolution and that it not be on the consent agenda.
Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this? Seeing none. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We will now adjourn to closed session.
The board is adjourning to closed session for a conference with legal counsel to discuss three existing litigation items listed on the agenda: Valdez, Conkey Real Estate Development, and California Clean Energy Committee. There's also listed a matter of anticipated litigation that is not ready for discussion at this time and will not be discussed in closed session. And finally, the board will have a conference with its labor negotiators to discuss the DSA labor negotiations.
Are we ready? So the board has returned from closed session, and council will report out.
In the closed session conference with legal counsel, the board heard a report regarding a new case, Alcemo Valdez versus County of Placer, and authorized the defense and indemnity of the individual county employees named and served in that litigation, subject to any appropriate reservation of rights. And also the board waived the conflict to allow the county counsel's office to represent the county and the individual employees in that case. In Conkey Real Estate Development versus County of Placer, the board authorized the retention of Martin Jensen and Porter Scott of Sacramento law firm to represent and defend the county in that litigation. The board also authorized the waiver of a potential conflict to allow Porter Scott to continue to represent Williams and Padden in a county litigation, County versus Southwest Allen Construction. And in the California Clean Energy Committee versus County of Placer case, the board just heard a report from counsel on the Court of Appeal decision in that case. The board also had a conference with its labor negotiators and heard a report from its labor negotiation team. No action was taken.
So with that, the January 5th, 2016 Board of Supervisors meeting is adjourned.